Okay, well, good morning, everyone. It's 9:30, so this Newham line examination hearing session is open. Right, carry on. I'm going to carry on without the microphone. All right. Okay. I think if you can try and use the microphones when you speak, not so much for my benefit, but for people further back in the room, but also for the broadcast on YouTube and Zoom. I think it picks it up. Microphones are being used, but that microphone there hopefully is close enough to me to pick my voice up. Anyway, if you can't hear me, do sort of let me know. If you can't hear other people, also try and let me know. So I'm William Fieldhouse, the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan. A reminder, please, if you could switch mobile phones and laptops to silent mode. There are no fire alarm tests planned for today. So if the alarm does go off, we will need to evacuate the building. So if the alarm does go off, we will need to evacuate the building, getting out through the doors on that side of the room, down to the left, back into the area, and back out through the main doors and constantly down to the building behind me. Hannah, the programme officer, is around today, so if you need assistance with her. So, the agenda for today was published last week, and dealing with 4 buildings for the second time, probably for at least the third this morning. Specifically, sort of the responses, council responses to action points, which will go with modifications to the plan and policies plan. So we'll talk about those first, and then we'll go on to look at 6, which are the various policies to housing development in the plan, H2 to H9 and H11. So we've got all day if we need it. We will break probably around 11ish or we finish the talk building discussion. I think it may be that we don't need to go on this afternoon. We may do. I don't know. We'll see how we get on. We do have a break for around 10 o'clock. I'm sure you're aware of the kind of purpose of the have been decided for the plan submitted on the 18th of July 2025 is legally compliant and sound. If not, sure it is. We can start with the agenda item. Some questions from you to the council. When we've heard others, if you do wish to speak at any time, then I'll bring it to the break. As I say, if we could try and the microphone around benefit others, alternatively, if you do, make sure you speak loud and clear. Action points are notes that I do usually after the end of each week's hearing session, setting out some immediate thoughts that I have on applications that have been or proposed or necessarily during that week's sessions. So I publish notes on the 8th and 17th of December, on week 2. Also published on the 20th of December and the 9th of January. Their documents ED17 and ED19, so hopefully you'll have a chance to look at those. We will be discussing each of the action points during the course of this week or next. And as you're aware, we've got a number related to tall buildings on the agenda this morning. Some of you have got an interest in other action points, and hopefully you've seen the note that I published last week or so, dates on which those will be discussed. But agendas have been published. Agenda for next week published. Sorry, not next week, week 4 is published next week. In terms of main modifications, I'm going to say a few words about that because we've had 2 or 3 schedules published by the council. I'm just going to go through that this morning and give people an opportunity to ask any sort of procedural questions, but they are available. I'll refer to the relevant documents in due course. But before we do that, I will go around the table and let participants. Sorry, did you want to tell me that someone was coming late?
So
yeah, okay, fine. So it's a good time then to go around the table. We'll start with the council to just introduce yourselves and say your representative if relevant.
Chinta Chances from Daniel Edmund, Interim Planning Policy Manager from Lawrence, Banner, Newham.
Selina Cagoon, Council for a line again.
Emma Lawrence, Evidence.
We haven't got a microphone here, so that's why I'm shouting so loudly. If people can't hear or if there's any problem, do let us know.
Okay.
I mean, we might even have to edge further towards the council unless it objects too strongly if that's going to be an issue. But I just thought, because I know that there are issues sometimes with doing.
Yes, thank you for that.
So
well, I can leave that then. Let's see how we get on. I'm perfectly happy for you to move down that side if it helps. It may be better, but let's see how we get on.
let's see how we get on.
Right, thank you. Right, so we're moving on round to the table, please.
Acid development.
Andrew Tesserman, London Legacy Development Corporation.
John Rocher, Director of Job Planning on behalf of the Ballymore Group.
Stefan Rees from Quad on behalf of IQL.
Ben Ford from Quad on behalf of St William.
Okay, well, good morning all. TNA, I don't know if they were due to come or not. I can't remember who they were. Oh, they're here, but not at the table. Okay, fine. Okay, well, if you want to participate at any point in time, you're welcome. Understood. I know there's a statement common ground agreed. I know that also, well, I'll say this now, and it was made clear on the agenda. We are still awaiting a substantive response from the council in relation to action plan 2, which was about liability, and specifically the interim response to that council was that it was looking at that and the ways that the plan could be modified and I think supposed to be modified to address liability issues. And elements of that would be about the requirements in policy, which also related to affordable housing. So that response is due to be, I think, sent by the end of this week.
And then the 30th. Sorry, weekend the 30th.
Yeah, so next week, sorry, yeah. So because we haven't got that will affect the policy H3. We will be discussing policy H3 and the area of the introduce 4. So whilst H3 is on the agenda today, it'll only be a very initial discussion. So I don't think to the point we don't know what the council's proposed modification is going to be. So I just thought I'd say that now. Right.
Sorry, sir.
Yes, please. Yes.
Just a quick question, because obviously there's viability attached to some of the other policies that are on the agenda today. Is that all viability points, or is it just in relation to the affordable housing policy?
Yeah, good question. I think when we had to talk about the viability areas and all that showed, one of the things I identified as some of the significant costs of not to be reduced. People have to use that base. So insofar as they are relating to issues talking about today, talk about them. But what we kind of do is move on to what the modification is, obviously the council's position, so particularly on the affordable housing. And that may relate to other forms of development in terms of specials development as well. We'll come back to that in the round before. And looking specifically at H3 in terms of the context of the council's proposed modification. Is that okay?
Understood.
Yeah. But I think what the council's interim response was that we've already proposed some modifications that provide more flexibility. And we're talking about tall buildings today, which is a modifications potentially provide more flexibility to that capacity on allocations as we need elsewhere. Potentially. So I think there's a number of changes proposed to the plan that have implications for viability. Is that?
Yeah, that's more or less it. The ones where we need a corporate steer, like the affordable housing one, is the ones that we have to get approval. there's a democratic process, really, internal democratic process. So so that's the one that we need to sort of decision on. And obviously we'll pick things up along the way because probably things haven't got mentioned in the examination that we need to be aware of. I guess we'll put that up in the action report. So.
Yeah, I think so.
Just to follow on, does that mean that you might be rerunning the BNP viability review based on alternatives, or do you still rely on what you've the evidence base to date?
Well, the BNP Paribas review is sort of like a viability. They tested with different amounts, like 35%, 40, up to 60. So I don't think there'll be a need to do that. It will be with our policy more aligns with the London plan, or what, if there is a policy change, is what we need.
The answer, my answer to that question is yes. I think that's probably the case, but it does depend. If the plan needs to be modified, evidence modify the plan, don't modify the evidence to justify the plan. If you see what I mean.
Yeah, no, that's right. I think it was just really to understand how that might sort of play out next.
Next. Still got an open mind because we will come back and talk about viability in the round when we've seen the sort of the whole picture of what may have been modified. Right. Okay. Unite.
Yeah, that's exactly very much my fault. I think summarise what we discussed and agree on viability. That missed that might be day-to-day.
Well, if you look at action point 2, which is in the count, which I don't. My document was.
Well,
Yeah.
I agree now. Viability evidence in terms of community cost of all of them.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to go back and try and summarize what was discussed in the day. But if you look, I don't know if the action point refers to a couple of documents that were BNP provided shortly before the hearing session. It provided some extracts from the viability reports, in essence, which showed lots of red columns against, based on the 60% housing requirement against different typologies. But insofar as we talked about the individual allocations, as we went through that before, we identified what the viability evidence indicated for each of those, which again demonstrated that most of them, the evidence showed would not be viable with the 60%. In terms of your particular interest, in terms of what we're talking about today, and the student accommodation in particular, there are viability issues. I know that you've raised about that. We can deal with those. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. That's good.
And one of the questions I will have when we come to it is, well, council's going to propose a modification in relation to affordable housing. I referred to H3, but actually your response didn't say that. It could be with the policies as well that deal with affordable housing. So when we get to policy H8 and purpose-built student accommodation, we can pick that up then to the extent to which that may be proposed as a modification. Okay. Right. I'm going to talk about the proposed modifications now. Just before I do, one of the things just to say yesterday in the afternoon we talked about Gypsy Traveller accommodation, and the Gypsy Travellers group weren't able to attend. I don't know if the box told this, but anyway, she did get in touch. It was because of poor health. So they do have a right to be heard. So I've asked the program officer to offer that they come on the Tuesday, the 3rd of February. So I'll be adding that to the agenda. So just to let you know, it's going back to an exercise there, right? We heard. We probably won't need to go through the same questions again. We can outline what was discussed yesterday. Okay. So just before we turn to tall buildings, then I just want to go through where we are on the council proposed modification. As some of you will be aware, there was a schedule submitted with the plan in July, but I advised at that time, well, that isn't part of the plan that's Alexander. So if those modifications become relevant in response to my questions, the council can propose them at the relevant time, which they have subsequently done. So there was a schedule published before the hearing sessions in week 1 and 2, and then the revised schedule published, and then there was a further revised published schedule on the 9th of January, which sets out all the council proposed modifications from the ones related to our buildings, which we'll go on to shortly, and also obviously not anything in relation to affordable housing. They've not been proposed yet. So that schedule on the that schedule published on the 9th of January 2020, hopefully you'll have a chance to see. However, I subsequently asked, having looked at it and having reflected on what the council has said in week 1 or week 2, it's struck me that all of the modifications in that schedule are indeed main modifications. I mean, they may be, but some of them may not be. So I asked the council to categorise them into one of 3 categories, which is done, and they are the modifications that are essential to the plan to be acceptable legally compliant. They're highlighted green. Sorry, a revised schedule is then published yesterday, I think. That's ED 2020A, I think it is, isn't it? It's on the news update on the website anyway, and it's a colour-coded version. In that, it's the council's view of the modifications, whether they fall into the main modification category, a category that is additional minor modifications, which is defined in the legislation as those that do not materially affect the policies that would be in the plan if it was adopted, main modifications, and other modifications. So in essence, one's changes to the plan that materially affect policies. But then something that may fall in between the two, which are modifications the council may have agreed and statements of common ground or is responsible for regulating reps, would maybe improve the plan, but aren't essential to soundness, and maybe go beyond being a minor one because they may affect the policy materially. But it's a judgment about all those. Ultimately, I'd like to make that judgment about what they want to be, and I'll draw on that schedule. In the initial discussion about it yesterday, and I'll have another one now with anyone who wishes to comment on it, a modification to part of the plan that isn't policy could theoretically or practically materially affect the policy. For example, some of the implementation text, if you change that, it could materially affect the interpretation and the application of the policy. So I think what I was saying yesterday, and I think you can take people on this if you wish, I don't think you can just draw a line to everything that's a modification to any part of the plan that isn't the policy automatically is minor, because it may stay into influencing the policy. Anyway, so that's where we are. The council confirmed yesterday that its intention is that it will take all of the ones that are highlighted yellow in the schedule. I may decide actually some of those are met, but that doesn't matter one way or another. They would be in the council's view. I suppose ultimately it's to make changes and not make modifications. So we could challenge on the basis that they're not minor additionals in that definition in the legislation. Okay, so that's that. Now, the one thing that you won't find in that schedule are the modifications to the policies related to tall buildings. And they are that is all set out in ED 19, which was published on the 9th of January as the council response to the week 2 action plan. So ED 19 has the up-to-date version of the tall building policy.
Yeah, and I mean, probably, it incorporates everything, but the responses to 85, 86 is in AD 17.
Okay, but it is not incorporated into ED 19.
I think it is. Yeah,
all right, so we can check that, but there's more detail.
ED 21 is the one.
So thank you, yes, and then subsequently yesterday, a map was published, 21, which shows some changes to the finding zones, changes to the colours, some of the lines, which creates the different building heights. Yeah. So that's what we've got. So the reason they weren't included in the 20 schedule was that council took the view, well, they are proposed for discussion rather than being something that the council's finalised view on in terms of being the detail of the wording. So but we've got them. So the fact that they're in the schedule is, if they become main modifications, then they'll be able to share them with you. Right. Any questions anybody wishes to make about that? Those, modifications generally, or any strategic queries? No? Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry for the rather lengthy introduction, but we can now get started on the tall buildings. Which we have discussed. You've seen the action points that I've done. So in response, the first thing that was proposed is the modification to policy BFN1, just to introduce this element of a spatial hierarchy to our buildings into the overall spatial strategy policy. So that there was already a clause relating in the spatial strategy to support tall buildings in the worst tall building zones. Then we would go on to say to ensure the delivery of the borough-wide spatial hierarchy set out in policy 4. We'll come on to look at that. Well, we talked about that hierarchy because it was in the characterisations to the annex, tall buildings annex. So we went through it, but it is now being introduced into the plan. The modifications to P4. So we'll talk about that. So any comments on BFN1, which is the name as modified, which brings us on to then the modified version of D4 and then give the maps modified map. So I'm going to break this down into three elements here. Firstly, I want to talk about the spatial hierarchy, which we already discussed actually, but it's now become part of policy, so talk about that context. So that's the first thing. Some questions to calculate that. Secondly, I'll talk about the new policy for tall buildings outside development, so that's the new part 5. Come on to that in due course. And then thirdly, we'll look at the proposed changes, those modifications to the tall building zone heights and boundaries that it describes in response to 40 words that are now illustrated on 21. Okay, so we've got three elements, so we'll deal with them in those chapters if we can. So starting with the spatial hierarchy, we looked at this and it basically breaks down into A, B, C, D, E, F, and that's the hierarchy. And there's some overlap in zones because the way that this upgrades down from clusters of the tallest buildings to the areas spreading out from those in the air, particularly in Canning Town, West Ham section, central. But you've basically got the tallest clusters, transition from those to the lower or sensitive context. And you've got some more particular categories, which is the opportunity parts of opportunity areas, the lower public transport accessibility. You've then got parts of opportunity areas constrained by airports or sensitive contexts. You've then got this other category of defining tall buildings as markers for town centres. So they relate to the specific incentives. And then you've got what's called industrial intensification. So that's the different spatial parameters. So the policy basically says that it introduces the purpose of the tall building zones in the context to achieve that hierarchy. So they should contribute positively to a coherent landscape and skyline, which sensitively integrates in the context. So that's the aim. So it's not just tall building zones, there's a rationale to it. And that's achieved by using the appropriate heights in table 1. Specified outcomes in new parts data which are determining points. It's it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
thank you, right. So I suppose the only thing that struck me, and this may not be the main modification, it may be an improvement, but the way that the tall building zones are listed in the table, they're not in these groups. I wonder whether it will help you present it in that sort of those groupings.
Or limited,
Yes.
Yeah.
But the numbers don't correlate to the groupings, do they?
some of them can agree.
Yeah.
West Ham has one that also has a sensitive zone.
Yeah.
So you can look at it.
Okay, okay, you don't feel strongly about that.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. Right, okay, so anything else you want to say about that spatial hierarchy and the way that's been proposed as a modification to part 2?
I think.
Okay, yes, the modifications to that, yeah, okay. And they should be categorised as, I think, because they don't particularly change the policy as modified. I think they just keep with it. Right. Any comments from anyone on that before we move on to the policy relating to outside zones? No, okay. So no concerns about that, presumably. It's the essence, I suppose. You're not going to surprise me when you respond to the main modification. This is an opportunity. Right. Good. Okay. So let's move on to this other element that we introduced to the policy, which before this degree of it was very clear. I think it was like tall buildings in these zones and not outside them. But the policy now introduces criteria for building zones outside. I'm going to go through those. The first about part 5, it first refers to increasing density outside zones without tall buildings. Why is that being said?
I think because following the London plan, it was clear that we need to set up tall building zone in the right building zone there.
Yeah.
So if we are allowing more flexibility, I think that first thing should be explored is to really see if density can be achieved without tall buildings. But if it is not possible, then we have to make other criteria to look at how tall building zone can be delivered outside without compromising the overall strategy.
Okay. I mean, the first sentence, I mean, it's consistent. It's said elsewhere in the plan, isn't it? It's deep, I think.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's inconsistent. Just one other thing, though, actually, just going back to the very beginning, the raw part, that it was in the plan. It's that tall buildings will only be acceptable subject to in areas designated as tall buildings. Does that need to be changed? In part 5? I don't know quite how. We'll just move only. I think.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's the approach within the zone, and then exceptionally outside the zone, we move on to these criteria. Okay. So let's go through these. So it says outside the zones be supported if they meet parts 3 and 4. Okay, it's a sort of design approaches, aren't they? We'll come on to those if anyone's got any points on those because. And subject to criteria. Now, is it it doesn't, it's not clear, that's an instant change. Is it identical or
Some of them, we always want to protect vistas and vistas in keys and located in areas that are accessible. So I think.
I think
Not all, but
no. I think that, but I think E is the one that doesn't, isn't it? Because that's an or. Well, E, demonstrate they can positively mark the presence
Yeah.
of a local.
It is
That's all of it, is it?
yes.
And the other, so it's,
Then the art.
yeah, I think elsewhere you have constructed the policies to deal with it. There's a list and sometimes it's a law.
Yeah.
So I think it does need to, because I think it needs to be clear that you are intended to, so, yeah. So there's another. Okay. So let me go through them then, if I can, and then I'll respond to these questions and then get other people to pick up as well. So the first one, to be located in an area with high level of public transport accessibility within a town centre and or an opportunity. So, first of all, what's high level of the public transport accessibility? Other policies, I think, define it.
Is from 4 to 6, 2 to 6.
So it would be a PTAL categorisation.
Yeah. That's the modification of how we assess it.
Yeah.
That's the reference, yeah.
Okay, so that's, and then town centre. This is a general point. Does town centre in the plan always include local centres? Is it all the centres that are in HS1?
Local, parade,
Neighbourhood parade.
Like I think,
I don't think
Yeah.
this wouldn't be like tall buildings.
consent, I wish that, sorry. Review how we are voting the town center policy.
We'll just
The town center.
not local. Not local. Okay. So it's in the opportunity areas or the. Okay, yeah. So the town centres in table 3 in HS1. Town centres include the metropolitan, major East Ham, and then district, or and then back to Riverside and the town centre. So the local centres, all the other local centres would not fall in less than. Okay, that's fine. We're going to talk. We'll just make sure that's okay. Okay, so that's fine. So it's in the town centre or opportunity area. Now, in opportunity areas, I don't think I'm planning. They're not on the. I'm not yesterday.
They should put this strategic map in the plan.
Well, the key going.
The key
I
that
think we are there. Well, I think they need to be, don't they? Well, I don't know if any other policies refer to opportunity areas, but this one does that. So I think if it is, it does need to be defined.
yeah, there are lots of things in the key.
Oh, you see that? Yeah. It's a purple or purple line. So those lines could be put up the policy, couldn't they? I think. That'd be helpful. And those lines, they have been indicated in the plan, and there are opportunity area frameworks. Presumably they develop any boundaries. I don't think the London plan is not on a map base, is it? I don't think the boundary defined on an OS map base. But you, anyway, you define them here.
Yeah, but following,
Okay. So they broadly just follow the east, the west side down the River Lake and around the. So that's the intention there. So that's the geographical area which this policy now applies to. Yeah, okay, fine. And it's PTEL in protocol.
this is because most of the opportunity have low level of accessibility. So if they are in a opportunity area, there's an opportunity there. There is a whole, so public transport accessibility center or opportunity area.
Not the high detail in the opportunity area. No, it's ambiguous. I would say that this means it's got to have high detail, and it has to be in a town centre or in an opportunity area. So it's not the parts of opportunity area. No, or is it?
I think it should, yeah. Most of the opportunity areas. So,
You would want to allow tall buildings in those parts?
no.
Okay, I think
Yeah.
we'll take the views from others and
Yeah.
we'll manage to clarify. Right. Right, and then the next one relates to protecting designated assets. And then the next one, C, is about harming a protected distance set out in the London Newham framework. So clearly things that need to be taken into account. Right, and then this one is for things so they would need to demonstrate they would contribute positively to the building clusters within the indoor building zone.
Yeah.
By aligning with the appropriate height range in table 1. How would that work? See how that may work if you're on the edge of the top building.
So yeah, this is to say that if probably was on a boundary of the building zone, we should basically feel part of that two buildings and follow pretty much the same height.
Yeah. So if you're adjoining a 40-metre appropriate zone, you just outside it.
Yeah.
That's what you'd start with.
Exactly.
Look at the transition then to beyond that. Okay.
We don't want to build things around the neighborhood if we have this hierarchy. So we want.
Is your mic on?
Should be.
Hold it down.
It's the one again.
Yeah, keep it.
Sorry.
I can hear you. It's just I think we
Yeah.
don't.
So again, because the overall strategy is to have the director location, and we have this hierarchy set in the policy now and with the table. Anything that is outside should be part of it. And if it's not in the boundary at the moment, might find some opportunity in the future, but it shouldn't be like isolated.
Well, okay. So that brings us back to that works if you're on the edge of a zone, but if you are not on the edge of a zone, and if you're in a part of an opportunity area that's some distance away, and I'm just looking at if you go northeast from Stratford, you're still in the opportunity area.
Yeah, but most of the tall buildings area are
Yeah, but what I understand is would this policy therefore rule out something that's divorced from, separate from, something that's away from an existing tall building zone?
I think that it will be for in E, which is like if they mark a local center, then it will be like an isolated building.
Yes, but elsewhere in the opportunity area, this isn't the chance to create a new cluster separate from the zones that you've identified.
I agree.
Right, okay. Well, I suppose if what it's saying is that you have to be adjacent, close to the zone, and then align with the appropriate heights in that zone. That would be one approach, but that wouldn't open up the whole of the opportunity areas. If you open up the whole of the opportunity It's a different. I'll leave that. We'll get used to it in a minute. And then the next one is marking the presence of town or local centre. Well, that's the local centre here.
That's why I was saying.
Because the tall building zones that are marked for town centres, so Green Street, they're in the zone for each of those.
Yeah.
The town centre, not all of the town centre.
Yeah.
So this would allow a bit of flexibility around that line of the zone in the town centres. The local centre, I think that's drafted, which would be a new thing. There isn't a currently zone that some of many of them are. It's a long list.
At the moment, we have some buildings in local centre. So that's why we're trying to align with the strategy that we have in the moment. So we have some two buildings in local centre. So that's why it's town centre or local centre, they can be used to mark.
But the long list of local centres in policy HS1, not all of those will have existing tall buildings in.
No.
Which would allow a new tall building to mark that local centre.
Yeah.
That's the intention. I said about 10 centres in part A. That would refer to a town centre or local centre. Okay. And then the final clause is exemplary contribution to public realm, provide open space. They are specific design things, which can be regional strategic issues. Do they not? Wouldn't they be parts 3 and 4? Why compare public realm and open space as a design aspects?
Yeah, because if we are right now, it should be the next health strategy. So we see some benefits and they can have them space more like meaningful space.
So really a requisite that goes beyond the zone.
Yeah.
Understood. Right, thank you. Unless there's anything else you want to say about those, I'll open it up to others. So start this end. Anything you want to say?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I won't take too long, but I'm going to take you back to the specific consideration we've got starting from my point of view, which is the East Ham gasworks site. We do have more broad considerations regarding the tall building policy. And we did get to a situation just before Christmas where we had submitted representations to promote that site as part of TPZ3. And we had a brief discussion about that before Christmas. We didn't really conclude on that. We did kindly opine on some matters in AP 17 on the 12th of December, where you suggested that the application is not within an area identified in the plan as being suitable for buildings, and the MRL boundaries proposed that limits the developed area. The site allocation does not therefore seem to be justified or effective, as it's unlikely to allow for development which has a reasonable prospect of being viable during the plan period.
Yeah.
So you've set us a task to work with the local authority to agree a statement on ground, and we've been progressing exceptionally well on that. That discussion in respect of MOL is progressing. In respect of the tall buildings, we respectively came to a position where we differed.
Yeah.
And the site is not been promoted as a location for a tall building, but we then moved on to EDO 9, which is that now part 5, as whether that would be acceptable. And we were trying to agree the principles of that within the statement of the ground. And you may recall that we talked about the horizontal limitations on that site plan, as well as the vertical limitations. Probably because of the way that I would always think this, I thought you were perhaps suggesting that we might come to a position on that tall building allocation. So,
but I think in response to that, I think I left it deliberately flexible.
yeah,
In the sense that I identified what was constraining the site, i.e. mole and the tall building, and nothing in the tall building, nothing in the plan allowing a tall building. So they were the constraints.
yes. Yeah, and that was a very helpful.
I had an open mind really about what the solution was.
Yeah, and I think the conclusions of those discussions may therefore then I think the duration of part 5 of the tall building policy probably helps us even more so suggest or re-suggest back to you that there is justification for designation of that site under TB Z3, because the way that part 5 plays out that I'll talk about in a minute, particularly part A, and the conversation you've just been having regarding local centres, you might end up in a situation where you've got a highly accessible, an accessible site in well located, which I'll explain in a minute, that doesn't benefit from this this policy, whereas you might have local centres which have low scale characters, which do seem slightly challenging. So I think from our point of view, principally, the part 5 exists, certainly in terms of its conformity with the London Plan D9, because D9 does not preclude tall buildings outside of tall building zone.
We had that discussion,
and the case law sets that. So there is no gateway, and there is obviously the tests within C, the effective tests in terms of visual impact, etc., which 143. Therefore, we're starting to move into a policy regime, which even just now, the application of this policy is currently drafted is already extremely complicated in the chapters that we've been talking about it. So you can imagine officers, councillors, members of the public trying to digest this and actually get some transparency. We believe that there are slight issues regarding the modifications as proposed. We also think that there is a slight issue, and I guess I'll use East Ham Gasworks as an example of this, because it is a good example. But the London Plan seeks to optimise housing under H1 within 800 metres of town centres, of train stations, PTL3 to 6 locations. And therefore, it is going to be dated in a couple of months, but there is a drive to those locations. Now, sites such as East Ham is within 800 metres of East Ham major town centre, so the second highest order town centre in the whole of the borough. It is within walking distance of all of the services that exist there, and we're seeking to optimise that within town centres because of services that exist. And therefore, if we look at part A, which is locating an area with high levels of public health disability within a town centre and or opportunity areas, that would preclude the East Ham site and other sites which are in perhaps not the PTEL levels that we're talking about. We're not sure whether they're 4 to 6 or 3 to 6, but within those sustainable locations. And I think as a result of that, there is a gap in the policy. We weren't quite sure what high levels of public transport meant, and we weren't quite sure whether town centres included local centres or not. So thank you for that. I wasn't going to mention about the opportunity areas, but certainly as we're talking about it, my personal view is opportunities areas are there to promote growth, and I personally don't think there should be a hierarchy within an opportunity area for buildings, but I'm sure that would be kind of others to discuss. So I think coming through the criteria about consistency with London Plan H1 optimising sites close to town centres, major town centres, leads me to conclude that I think part A of 5 is perhaps too onerous, because it goes back into the hierarchy strategy that we've talked about, and therefore where we got to in terms of trying to draft our statement of ground, we suggested that Part A should either be deleted or the Guestworks site should be designated within TB Z3. So we did have a conversation about the fact that there is a 15-storey gas hole site at the moment, and so just very recently has confirmed through appeal decisions that that is a material consideration in terms of designation of sites.
Can I just ask you, when you say it would be within tall building zone 3, well, tall building zone 3 at the moment is a very small area of East Ham District Centre.
Yes.
Well, just
What in major centre?
sorry, yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Surely, if your site was to be a tall building zone, it would just be a separate zone.
Or yes, we call it
Just
A. Yeah, 3A. Yes.
whatever you said.
Yeah, and I would just to add to that. I mean, it's a 10-hectare site, which is obviously one of the largest sites in the borough. It is free of constraints from heritage, and therefore it stands by itself. And as you've heard just now, in terms of the opportunity areas and supporting text of the 19 para 1.3. Other tall building locations are considered suitable to support densification, but tall building forms are in keeping with the context and that are mindful of low public transport accessibility, the proximity of heritage assets, low-rise context, and the air. So I think we're still struggling to try and weave through the consistency of application of the tall building policy and why certainly the site has been excluded. But then if we are going to move on to a outside of the building zone policy, we thought that A then just simply controls the process back again.
Well, it does, and that's good, isn't it? It's basically providing some flexibility but within the spatial hierarchy that the council has identified, rather than having a much freer approach to justifying creating new tall building clusters or buildings in various parts of the borough that meet, I don't know, reasonably public transport accessibility criteria or whatever. Arlington Town Centre, Arlington Local Centre, whatever. I can see some logic of council's approach, but I think, as I said, I deliberately left the approach to, as I said, the plan with that allocation doesn't seem to be a realistic prospect of being deliverable from what you said, and the constraints that the policy restrictions in the submitted plan. So, given the opportunity for you and the council to work together to see if you can come up with a solution, and I'll wait and see what's happening. I understand the point, but I think if you apply your approach to broadening out the tall buildings outside zones, I think I can see why you're arguing for your side, but I think you would open it up to a lot of the borough, wouldn't it? Yeah. So let's see. I mean, there may be. I mean, I suppose there could be a justification for creating a tall building cluster. That's not what the plan proposed, and the modification that I've invited you to agree on would be. It is. I mean, as I said, it's flex. Oh, perhaps as you said, horizontal or vertical. More of both. Yeah, not all both. Yeah. So yeah, understood.
Thank you. Just a couple of other points to make. So in relation to the amendments to policy D4.2,
yes.
I guess it's a query really from the council around the designation of TVZ5 or where TVZ5 Galleons Reach sits. So at the moment it sits under Lim C, which talks about supporting the densification opportunity areas with a lower accessibility to public transport. Well, Galleons Reach, which is the Riverside Opportunity Area, which we spent a lot of time talking about, is the largest growth area in the borough. It will be the district centre when the DLR line extension comes forward. So it could be argued that Galleons Reach, tall building zone, should be sitting in some of the other limbs under policy B4.2. A, Part E, Part 4, I. And I just wonder if it's a bit misleading to put it in the category of lower accessibility when the plan is identifying that change. and we're going to see quite a transition here. I think we've said at previous hearings, this area is free of constraints with the exception of London City holiday restrictions, which is managed. And it's identified to accommodate huge amounts of growth in the forest. So I just wonder if there's an amendment there made.
Would it make a perhaps the difference with heights? We'll come on to those.
Yeah, I do have some comments.
Yeah, well, we'll go on to that, but it would do. So it's not just a presentation, it would have an implication.
Potentially, I think it would help to elevate if I've got
We'll
some.
come back to that later. So, yeah, I understand the point about it is a particular, it's one that's going to change, and we've already hit a difficulty with that. We've got an action plan agency, the implications of that for Aberdeen and it's the existing outstanding.
Yeah.
And this is another one as well. Yeah, okay.
I think it's constrained by the borough's spatial strategy, which obviously seeks to promote maximum heights in the Stratford area.
Yeah.
And they didn't want this area to seem to be competing with that it is going to become a place in its own right. Not trying to sort of undermine the overarching strategy, but it's just something that perhaps needs to be.
Okay, well, again, well, the council can comment on that. We'll go around the table and think of any others, but yeah, understood.
Will you be coming? I missed the opportunity to comment on the map heights.
No, we're going to come back to that. I'm just dealing with this out of the zone bit. Then I'm going to look at, as I said, the map heights and the good lines.
Thank you. It just, I won't go into detail, but just to replace some of the comments on part 5.
Yeah.
Firstly, welcome that policy because I think that does make it more consistent with the London plan approach. I do agree with Mr. Ford that there is a bit of tension. This additional locational criteria creates a bit of tension. And the example, just quickly to give you, is, for instance, there are quite a few very major road networks or main road networks in boroughs, some of which have tall buildings, but they don't sit in town centres. They could be quite appropriate for because they're accessible in locations like that. Just an example, something that would fall outside criteria A and criteria E, but where there's already existing tall buildings and good accessibility. So it's that sort of wrestling match of trying to group all of the criteria, tick all the boxes when you might not be able to. The plans or the new plans that have come out, figures that are where the tall buildings are there, does help to a degree because I do note that that does mark sensitive locations and non-sensitive locations. And of course, some town centres are in sensitive locations and some areas, there's large parts of the borough which are not, which could be accessible, for instance. So it's how that you marshal those criteria to mean that it does continue to be effective. So I would say part A and part E do require a bit of work because there are potentially other locations where tall buildings could be entirely acceptable and meet some of the criteria, but it's not the town centre, local centre, or opportunity area. And just as a final point, I understand entirely why part F, that policy being proposed, makes sense. However, maybe it is more to do with wider public benefits because open space could be an achievement of one piece, but we know the council here has high aspirations, particularly in terms of other things such as affordable housing. So is it a wider public benefit as well? Open space could be part of that package, but is there other public benefits that could support densification? It helps deliver another public benefits. So rather than it just being about public space and public realm, is there other public benefits that we could thought of in that context?
So do you mean something like providing above the affordable housing requirements?
Well, it could be that you're providing above a high level of affordable housing on the site and you achieve that by a tall building, for instance. Yes. That's the principle, that you're delivering key demonstrable public benefit.
Above normal policy.
Could be above normal, but it could be at the moment probably trying to get somewhere near policy. But I think it's a pack, but it could be a package, for instance, that you're achieving above what might be necessarily expected on the site.
Okay. But not limited to probably around.
So the Lewisham local plan has been adopted with exactly the wording of delivering public benefits.
Yeah.
It's part of it. It doesn't qualify that, but again, it's part of this suggestion that there are wider benefits.
Okay, thank you. Right, I'll go around. Anything anybody else wishes to talk about this part 5 in essence? No? Okay. Right, so I'll go back to the council on the points there, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I think on the East Ham Gasworks, you were nodding at what I said.
Yeah.
What you would say.
Yes, exactly.
for the handouts work, we discussed that, and it doesn't fall into any criteria, and even thinking about spatial location doesn't fall into this criteria that we have identified. But if you are referring to the policy of the plan, I think you can still, use that in your case when you go to an application. It doesn't talk specifically about the buildings. It talks about intensification. So, problem with the criteria, but I understand your point, and that would be discussed. Actually, it's still a policy of the London plan that you can use. We want to have a consistent approach and identify to building area this time with a very peaceful approach, and then it won't be fair to other side that might have ask say or come back and ask to build a building zone just because they have one criteria or something that fails and be a total building zone. And for guidance reach, I think we can, at the moment it's a local talent with the ADR, so we can probably think about it. We felt that there was the right location, right hierarchy, but we can really think about it.
Some of the others fall within more than one. Some of the 12 buildings have fall within more than one category. This would be one there by it's been a recognition of what may change.
Yeah.
But again, it's that sequence, isn't it? Until the detail.
Yeah.
Is the tall? Do you want to commit to the tall building?
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's we're grappling with that kind of.
Assess what is there.
Okay, well, yes, okay, I'll note that and I want to think about that. So we'll look at the zones as well. And you were doing the point about what we were exploring when I was talking before about how it's works in terms of, I can see how it works when you on the edge of a tall building zone and providing flexibility by using those heights. What's less clear are these locations, maybe towns, maybe local centres, other parts of opportunity areas, or indeed elsewhere where there may be tall buildings that none of our referred to outside an opportunity area, outside a local centre, but they're already there and it's just public transport accessibility. Is the opportunity to create or build on that, or is it not?
It depends on which tall building are we talking about, because there is a one map in the tall building annex that excludes existing tall buildings as a reference for introducing it. So it's very specific.
So you're saying that you've identified all
We have
those
identified some tall buildings that we don't want to take as a precedent for clusters of new tall buildings, and these are mainly isolated tall buildings, tall buildings that the council state from the 60s that usually have like tower blocks.
Okay.
So in that case, we don't see that as a suitable option for a cluster of tall buildings, and we have identified those.
But are there then some that fall that aren't in that category where you've identified as not being suitable? But are there some others that may have good public transport accessibility?
I'm sure that most of them are really good. Which was
yeah, so in the document where you addressed the Reg 19 issues, this thing about system, the topic paper, wasn't it? Yeah. You went through, that was one of the issues, wasn't it, about existing isolated topic.
Yeah.
Okay, right. I think some good points there. I think there is a bit of refinement in terms of particularly parts A and E. I think about. Is there anything else before we move on to looking at the zones and the heights? Anything else anybody wants to say about that? I think if the board do look to change the zones and the heights, with parts 3 and 4 of the policy, there's no modifications proposed to those. And I don't think anybody comments there in the statements. Is there anything anybody should say about those? Parts 3 and 4, they're the sort of design criteria. Oh, sorry, do you want to, okay. Do you want to comment on that last point about public benefits? If there's going to be this last part F, could it be a broader?
I think
But why? At the moment, it's very specific. Wouldn't it be better?
yeah, because we have we know that totally is great, so we want to make sure that the space, if we go taller, open space, and it's not all well used. So that's it. It's true. It's a design, to design, but it's really connected.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It's not just by the benefit of the process, the young process, but it's really related to picture.
Yeah. And so, insofar as a scheme providing other public benefits, that would be a material consideration that we put into the fine balance. Yeah. Okay.
More, it's not a Ballymore point, but it's actually quite an important point in London. Estate regen has become quite an important thing. At the moment, this policy could preclude estate regeneration projects on the sites of the opportunity area, or in the town centre, where they do have existing tall buildings, where they are linked to replace them with a completely new development, which is very supported by policy, by the way. But just be mindful of that drafting a policy, because that's a really important source of additional affordable housing across London. And I think you referred to some of those buildings, the existing 1960s estates, for instance, but those are sort of good opportunities potentially for regeneration. It's just something to bear in mind. That would be definitely about public benefit. I think we've got to support for building for delivering affordable housing to rent it. So just want to think about.
Yeah, we are aware of that, and some of the states regeneration that the councils are thinking of, they are in the program, so we are mindful of that, and then we will review 5 years time. See if the councils for other.
Okay, right. So thank you for that. Still not quite at the end of this. So let's move on then to the response to AB14. And this is where, well, you've read my action by now, but it was about asking the council to take content, which is raises used in the London plan in designating tall buildings. So I asked the council not to renew evidence to use to be put forward in your statement, which responded positively too. So thank you. So, and we've got the map in 21. Just to quickly run down, so I broadly understand it. The changes that you've proposed relate to, first of all, tall building zone 11. It is the order you put that in, and that's Lyle Park, and it's increased the height. Just simplifying this, but just so I'm getting a mortgage, yeah. And then there's the tall building zone 13, Canning Town. That extends the highest area.
It extends from 60 to 100 meter on the side, and then we have also added another 100 meters on the Canning Town river side, which was recently approved. And then we added other 100 meters zone inside west to reflect pretty much the application. So this is quite very granular, the details of each building, so it's really hard to follow completely, but we have tried to manage that.
Yeah, okay, so that's a bit of extending the zone and a bit of increasing that. Yeah. And then Abbey Mills,
extending the zone, just increasing that.
Just increasing that, it's okay. So, and Abbey Mills, that's a 100 metre area within, and it extends the zone size.
It reflects the boundary of the application.
They've been added nearest the West Ham station. And then we've got the Stratford Z18, High Street. This again increases some 60 metres, and 100 metre zone, a couple of the arcades. So it's a mixture of adding in some more specific smaller zones and increasing the height of some of the others. Yeah, okay. And then finally in Stratford Central, to be 19, there's not any changes to heights, but the 60 metre zone is 16.
Yeah, because one of the vitals parts.
Yeah.
So we also want to refine
Right, okay, well, that's the overview. I'm sure those of you who are detail interested will find the detail. So, and we've got the map that does those things. So, any comments that people wish to make about any of those? That's the ADA.
Thank you, Sarah. Just a few comments in introduction, and then Lawrence will take over. Just for your reference, so clearly you've had evidence from us in terms of matter 3, and indeed those annexes set out the comparisons of what could be achieved and what we're proposing. Just again for reference, that's EWS 007, and secondly, obviously we can look at 1819 response. The two. One of the points that I just wanted to highlight was that, and it's in EO's response at paragraph, it's in the introduction to changes on page 7 to our reality site. As we understand it, what's being put forward, this was mentioned today, is that this is just discussion points, but that the council supports the 100 metres. So that is one that we know is specifically being put forward as a measure, whereas the take it that everything else that's proposed is something that the council is supporting. It's not just doing as a response to you. That was one of the points I just wanted to make sure.
Well, it's for me to decide what needs to be modified in the plan, isn't it? I take account of the council's view and your views and everyone else's views.
Fair enough.
So, well, I mean, the council could respond to that if they wish, but.
I just wanted, because it's not actually proposed yet, but it's a discussion point that it's slightly.
No, okay. No, okay.
And secondly, paragraph 2.1, where the council speaks about the basis for the conclusions that they've drawn about all the says. The point that's made is that obviously there are certain exceptional circumstances which have led to the changes. But they do still suggest that the tall building annex and the methodology applied is justified and plus, whereas we made the point particularly in matter 3 that there hasn't actually been any update since the Reg 80 assessment of Abbey Mills. So we still take issue with the way that, or the basis of conclusions about the site. Clearly, things have moved on, but we think that we are in a particular set of circumstances where there actually hasn't been anything from the council update or any evidence from the council since Reg 80, whereas our evidence had that there doesn't seem to have been any issue raised about that, and in particular, we know that the GLA is supportive of what's being done. So do want to emphasise that.
But isn't that what I asked them to take account of? Rather than to redo their study?
But that's my way of what I was going to say is in that context. You still take issue with some of what we put forward.
Okay.
So what we have done, we obviously produced a statement for this year, but what we have got is just to help is a table showing what we're, based on the debate. So I thought perhaps we might have that. So
It's okay.
So I'm sorry, but you got.
Thank you.
Sorry, I haven't got journey for everybody else.
No, it's okay. Well, yeah, carry on.
So I'll hand over to Ms. Lawrence.
Yeah, so, we welcome the amendments to policy D4 as they relate to appropriate building sites and policy and we also welcome the council's intention to amend the boundary of TVZ60 to include the site in its entirety to ensure the optimisation of the site. That's on their response. But we note that it doesn't appear to take in the whole of NZSA1, N7SA1, which is the site allocation within. So obviously the plan, it's a moved out plan, so it'd be helpful to see that on the interacting that with clarity. And we also obviously welcome the amendment of the indicative parameter for TVZ16, which allows for buildings of approximately 100 metres with part of Z16. We don't agree with the defined area of building of approximately metres. We've also got concerns about the retention of the 40 metre height parameter for much of the building zone and also the prevailing building height parameters. So we suggest that there are some modifications to the policy wording required. That's what's been handed to you. So if I just
yeah, sure.
So first, as I say, in principle, welcome the height parameter of 700 metres, but we don't agree that it should be 90 area defined on the tall building zone plan, which is to in proximity to the West Ham Station towards the east. The council's response to AB14 says that considering the emerging context to N7SA2, which could be the emerging context of N7SA2 from the former Bromley by Bow and West Ham Station building zone and the high level of public transport accessibility, the council supports the 100 metre
Yeah.
Our reps haven't suggested that a 100 metre so what we've said is that tall buildings in 16 can accommodate heights of between 20 metres, based on our master plan feasibility work, including buildings of between 56 and 100 metres along much past the boundary of our site, and that is because of the emerging test of Bromley by Bow as well. The council accepts that the evidence base didn't sufficiently deal with that, and we know that former Bromley by Bow gasworks site includes buildings up to 100 metres, 600 metres to the west of the town centre and West Ham Station, town centre destination. Sorry. So we're not clear why there would be a sort of subzone within our power to restrict 100 metres to the east when there are tall buildings extended quite a distance from the station to the west. So on that basis, we'd like to see the tall buildings zone amended to set the 100 metre approximate height parameter of the 100 building zone rather than part. Second, and linked to that, then we suggest that the height parameter of 40 metres should be removed from the policy. We've previously discussed that there wasn't sufficient evidence to support the 40 metres around the height of the site under earlier wording of the policy, and that will be the case now. Practically speaking as well, we know that there's a significant height differential for a 40 metre building and a circa 100 metre building, and that doesn't seem to us to reflect the council's aspiration to transition within height across two building zones. And more importantly, we say that the 40 metre plan has potential to limit the capacity of the site due to the aspirations of the plan and the London plan. So we would like that taken out of the approximate height guidance column and that also to be removed from the further guidance. Also from the further guidance column, therefore, we would like the reference, the guidance directing from buildings towards the east, towards the station to be removed. And also suggests that the guidance directing careful transition to the animal conservation area. In their response to APPT, the council said that they consider a sensitive height transition to the animal conservation area is still necessary to reduce the cumulative impact of building historic assets, and that the policy has been amended to reflect this aspect. So we have presumed that that is sort of origination for the 100 metres towards the east, with the 40 metres across the remaining buildings. In respect of the Abbey conservation area itself, as we've said previously, the council is carrying out sufficient site-specific testing to ascertain at what height and in what locations development on the site would challenge or undermine or harm significance of the conservation area. They bear in mind those consents of set a new skyline and the buildings on Belfries, sort of 600 metres to the west of the station are enclosed across the Abbey conservation area, the development area far side would be. And so there was no harm found to the setting up of the Abbey Mills conservation area through the consented up to 100 metre buildings on 12 Street, on the former Bromley site. And we also have defined which aspect of significant safety the transition to the conservation area. We understand. We also think that bullet point 5 in the further guidance is sufficient in directing applicants to consider transitions in height within building zones, particularly when running a combination with bullet point 3 and policies of the draft plan as a whole, which concern historic environment. So we think effectively, cumulatively taken together, these amendments are resulting in quite a prescriptive set of design principles and parameters for our site, and we suggest, to a degree, that the sort of preemption of the development process and limits our ability to go through a design-led approach that considers the constraints, including the conservation area. And that's sort of where we've got to with the policy work. Yes, thank you. The last one was just to be in accordance with the action point and previous discussions we suggested point 3 of those guidance that reference is made to the development of those conservation and proposals.
Yeah, understood. Okay, now that's very clearly stated. And yeah, understood. Thank you. Right, Silvertown Homes.
I've discussed with the Silvertown Home Limited, specifically on TVs at 13 Town, even more specifically into let's say long-term cycle application. So we generally it looks like we're all on the same page, which is the intent to reflect the consent given the allocation of the building height, which is great. That. Just a couple of initial observations on that. So on page 7 of the text, having inserted the 100 metre appropriate height, great, thank you. I did note that it is still in bracket. It then talks about 16 stories, which I assume it kind of the previous drafting. But my main comment is that is represented in the draft map in 21. Council just a mention the way granular, which I think is very happy of what attempted to be achieved. So I think what the council is trying to do is to categorise the 60 metres all those around some of the buildings that have got consent. I suppose my initial observation is that 60 metres isn't appropriate because all of the buildings that have been shown as 60 metres exceed 60 metres. They're in ranges 75, 85, 90, 95. So I suppose an open question, which could at that point just raised actually, there's kind of a jump from in the height hierarchy 60 metres to 80 metres. I don't think it would but there's a suggestion that maybe we can kind of take it offline and be a bit more precise around what the heights should be. And then also, I suppose, a question whether it's appropriate to be so granular has been attempted for this sites and whether actually it's slightly broader, so that consent maybe more appropriate. Doesn't say we're much more on the same page than the earlier drafting, but there could be an opportunity to continue to refine the approach.
Okay, so just in terms of the specificity of the map, obviously this proposed modification is to the sort of diagrammatic map that's in the plan. These zones and these coloured lines show horses now, which is interactive and you can just then, zoom into, can't you? So at some point you'd be doing it.
Yes.
So the note points I'll think about it. LDC.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of detailed points relating to TPZ. First of all, on site allocation 9, Pudding Mill Lane, welcome the change of the maximum height to reflect the extent outline plan. Although we know that it hasn't changed on the policies map, it still shows 60 meters, so just making that change.
There is two, I think, sorry, just not today. One is under center symbol. So there are two areas in the Pudding Mill. One is the 60 meter and one is the 100.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just not very clear on that.
It's not clear on the map.
Maybe that could be clarified.
Sorry, there is the 18 number covering.
And secondly, on SA8 Bridgewater Triangle, we note the increase in maximum heights from 50 metres to 60 metres. I think we just draw your attention to the huge amount of work that's been done between ourselves and more bring this site forward, which has at least 3 buildings taller than that irregularity and the heights. One at 82, one at 71, and one at just under 62 metres. So again, it's just really understanding or trying to stress really whether we can have more granularity so that those specific heights that have gone through quite a rigorous planning and design process with the council can be reflected.
So you're asking for more specificity.
Well, I'm asking for is more maybe it's targeted increase high within that site to reflect proposals that we've worked on over the past 12 months. So because they do exceed the 60 metre max that's currently set out in the possibility.
Okay.
Just very quickly, again, we echo that. I mean, helpfully, the word appropriate, I think, on height is certainly a good step on the way there. Just to re-emphasise, so the main priority for us was Lar Park West, which was SA2, SA11, and the Limo site as well, which is the SA4. Recognise the council's moved on both of those, and we welcome that in terms of viability. It's going to be pretty key on the Limo side. So we just to emphasise with you that we support those moves. Just the only point we raised was 2 small points we raised previously. One was to do with the Connaught side, which is in tall building zone 10, which is North Woolwich Road. Again, possibly just re-echoing some points you heard here, we've got a resolution to approve on a building which is taller at 18 stories in a zone which is currently saying 16 stories. So it's this point we've just literally in January had approval from the council for a investigation on that particular site. There's a slight disconnect between those. The final one, but I think that's now dealt with under the new part 5 of the policy. The policy was to do with Royal Wharf, which now was an old tall building zone, is a big regen area, but sits outside the tall building zones now, where there are buildings again up to 18 stories plus. And we have a couple of final plots that have to come forward on that, and sort of having taken outside the tall building zone, we're now, ironically, whereas originally it was a tall building zone, we're now relying on part 5 of that policy to finish off those last bits of those bigger master plan.
But that's one way which would be the sort of adjacent thing, the picture up in the
so I think we're sort of
map.
comfortable, but as long as we get the wording in part 5, that's fine, because obviously they are 2 remaining plots, which now no longer within the outline. So it's a big outline permission, but because the outline permission has been used up to effect, there's a new applications that we stand alone. So it's just making sure that there's a consistency there.
Okay. Right. Williams.
Sites from here. So first, going back to again,
yeah,
which is TVZ5 Galleons Reach site location N17 SA1. That's another example of a site where we have resolution to grant for heights extended to 60 metres, whereby the tall building zone map only goes up to 50 metres. We are working on a statement of ground at the moment with Newham and County on the site location. there has been wording, well, the introduction of the use of the word appropriate and generally, which is welcome. But like others have said, there is just a disconnect between what we have a resolution to grant for versus what the tall building zone is saying. And that is important. As I said earlier, this affecting Riverside is this huge strategic area, and it does need to be optimised, particularly when the DLR line extension comes forward. So that's the first.
Yeah.
Can I move on?
Yeah, please.
The second site is Tall Building Zone 15, that's Town Station, which applies to the Bromley by Gasworks and 12 Trees Park, both of which were subject to planning permissions. Again, it's a disconnect between what we have planning for and what the map shows. So we have consent for up to 133 metres in that tall building zone, whereas the tall building zone only extends up to 100 metres. I think we spoke in matter 4 as well about the gas holders and that the buildings that are proposed within the gas holders, which extend up to 12 stories, which is the equivalent of 40 metres. The tall building zone map doesn't put it in a category. So we would suggest that either the 40 metre zone should essentially be applied to the area that's been carved out. That's really I've just reminded you that both of these sites are delivering less than 10%. They've got huge, significant exceptional annual costs. They're really reliant on being able to deliver viable schemes, and that is partly reliant on being able to achieve height.
Thank you. So both of those, the TVZ5 and the Bromley by Gasworks 15, sorry, they're not subject to modifications.
No.
So that's the emerging context.
Yes.
Yeah,
the only modifications is the introduction of the word appropriate, but the numbers.
So on the gasworks one with the 40 metre buildings within the gas holders, that's outside the top building zone.
It's kind of carved out. So the 100 metres zone, 15 that applies to the site, kind of squiggles around where the gas holders are.
That could be, you say that should be 40
yes,
within
exactly.
And the 100 metre zone, I think that is the heights, maximum appropriate height in the plan, isn't it?
Yes.
You've got to measure something above it.
Yes.
Okay. Right. AEIM, yes.
I'm sorry, I can see there's one more.
No, sorry.
Sorry, so I don't want to repeat anything, but I just want to come back to the prevailing heights point.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Sorry, just as well on the further guidance, prevailing heights have been obtained 20 metres alongside the 40 metre previously maximum parameter. Again, we say that as well. We recognise that that sort of odds with the way that the larger buildings are treated in terms of having a taller, well, a sort of an appropriate height parameter and then a prevailing height parameter. But as the prevailing heights in the policy have not taken account of that and they're giving context for our site, we would say that the prevailing heights haven't been justified. And again, practically speaking, there's quite a significant transition between 100 metre buildings, 40 metre buildings, and prevailing heights of 21 to 32. And altogether, so going back to earlier discussions, because the spatial boundaries, feel that this is going to be quite restrictive on our site and undermine our ability to deliver a design-led approach.
Okay, so just to be clear about this sort of jump between these different heights in modified policy. So you have 21 to 30 prevailing, this is the council, and then you've got a 40 metre generally area, then 100 metres. So what you're saying, that's incoherent and it's not creating a kind of transition between different heights. It's too big a difference. The council's response to that may be, well, within the 100 metres there, you have a transition down towards 40. Is that decided? It's not everything in the 100 is 100 and everything in 40 is 40. And then you manage it across the site. It's not the maths, but it's appropriate.
A problem. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
so that area should be,
So the fact that there's quite big gaps between some zones, as this example shows, you're saying, well, that design issue isn't an issue because there's a way of managing through that hierarchy.
and to again go back to our site, you know, there were some representation from the Kingland and the Blue Valley Regional Park. So we had to take into account also that the sensitive areas still remain, so that's why we haven't reduced the 40 liters zone. We were just added more opportunity consolidation to respond to the complex in the churches.
Do you want to come back on that then?
Yeah, just on that height transition,
Yeah.
obviously we understand that therefore there would, when you have to design a site, you therefore have to look to modulate that. I'm not suggesting there would be cliff edges. But what we're saying, and unfortunately our architect is on maternity leave at the moment, so I'm sort of taking on a bit of a role here, but is that by requiring that, you're effectively, given that we demonstrated the heights of 56 to 100, much of that's up boundary, you're under-optimising that site by requiring that for 100 metre zone and then 40 metre zone. Where we can comfortably accommodate 100 metres, we're going to have to start stepping down in anticipation. And then just on that point about the sensitivity of the station area and the rest, but in my answer for 19, we suggest, we put quite a lot of evidence to the council in the form of a developed application master plan, but those the rest received on this point have not gone to that level of detail. We can appreciate the desire and the need for to build zones on our side to think about that constraint conservation. Actually, that's why in the draft policy handed across, we amended to include the London Plan Reference B90C says should take account of the conservation area rather than should have a sensitive transition in height.
Yeah, understood. Yeah. Right, so while on this part of that, all right, do you want to pick up on St William's points about you haven't proposed any modification to the Bronze Library and the gas works?
In general, we assume that with appropriate height, we can implement with gap output random. And yeah, you were saying basically you would like it to be 40.
Well, the area around the gas house is not got a sort of true building.
Does it has a 32 meter zone?
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's why we thought like it will be a line. I think you have a few buildings that goes up.
Yes, so we have buildings up to 12 stories, which would be 40 meters. Yes,
so I think we don't you should manage to.
Okay, sorry, that was my misunderstanding from reading the map.
It's hard things to happen. But that's all that dealing design is already is always there.
From the top our preference obviously for it to be 2 meters, but at least there's the designation. I think the maximum height overall, we have consent for up to 133 meters, which is quite substantially different from the 100 meter designation that we have. So we would ask you to consider categorization as you have done on this side.
We have it's the exercise to use the same methodology that we have used before. We haven't included any extra tier. We have used the same tiers that we already had. So we don't have anything above that. That's why we don't go big heights. We can't deal with this.
Yeah, I guess I just said it is quite a difference, and it's the degree of appropriate and how far that stretches, I suppose. We've set out our positions.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Any other points you wanted to pick up on?
In terms of the application, You know, have a good meter zone in an area where you have one or two buildings permissions for undermine it's allowing for even more. So we need to find the balance between aligning with the application also showing that that we have this strategic approach.
Okay, thank you. Two sites we are going to come back to and talk about again, which is East End Gasworks and Riverside. So it's not the end of the discussion on those two things. So I've noted the points you made about those today, and you know, to the extent that we've got another discussion, I think it may come back into play. Right, okay. Is there anything else? I mean, so there's some things for me to think about there. I mean, building zones, just on the policies there. The exercise and then it takes longer than this map, or
Yeah, because it's GIS.
yeah, okay. So but you describe what they are and the indicators. But at some point, the policies will have any policy changes. We're talking a matter of weeks, not months, presumably, to do. It will be able to be done at a point in time in the examination, but to be consulted upon. So that will provide clarity on that in the end of the changes. So I will think about the detail points about these zones and these lines and to extend to which further about some sites you can come up again in that context. And indeed, I've been there, we've got another session in before talking about that site as well. So do you want to
just a quick point, so firstly, would you like Florence to turn her what she said into some form of statement? Does that help?
No, it's okay. I've got the points. I've got the modifications that you've proposed. So I think that's okay. Thank you.
There is one further point I think we need to raise about comparing what's being proposed on sensitivity with regard to sensitive security assets, and I think it's important just to highlight it because we recognise that well, today needs to be treated differently. In fact, has. So I'll turn it over.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it was just as well in the further guidance, it states currently opportunity to include requirements of approximately 40 metres and metres towards the station and subject to careful transition. In part of my
Okay.
but you've got it there. The key point being subject to. So when the map was released, the new plan, we did have a look at zones treated where there are sort of these sub height areas. So Stratford High Street, for example, the TVZ wording for Stratford High Street, TVZ 80 doesn't require a sensitive transition height towards conservation area there, or makes sort of the accessibility height subject to that requirement. It's building to conservation area and other designated assets should progress and respond to their scale, etc. And the same for TVZ 90 Stratford Central. The wording doesn't require sensitive transition height and or that the acceptability of height subject to the requirement. Instead, it says along the sensitive edge of the broadway height should be reduced with an opportunity for tall building elements spot to, etc. So it's just that point about subject to that height as well, and that as kind of creative process.
Okay, good. Thank you. Right. Okay. So we'll have a break there. Then we'll move on to matter 6. There will be some action points in relation to part 5, which is noted anyway. There's some thought needs to be given to that. But I'll give us the steering I can on that. And the rest of it to think about or discuss this morning. It may be that talk about this again. I don't know. I want to say. We'll see. Right. Okay, so it's 11:15 now, so I'm afraid we'll move on to matter 6. We'll come back 11:35. Obviously, there's a number of policies here that I ask questions about. Not necessarily got all that much to ask about some of them. And we've got affordable housing, which we're going to come back to anyway. So let's see where we go to there. So I think we've got the schedule of modifications, which there are a number of proposed to these policies. Some of them main, some of them minor, some of them improvements. So I think it's probably sensible if we pick them up as we go through. We might need to remind them and just sort of maybe sort out what I think about them if we can decide as we go along. That's okay. So if we start at the beginning, we don't start at the beginning. We're not dealing with H1 today because we've dealt with that times already. And I think we finished with that. There aren't any development management aspects that I think we talked about. If there are, we can go over. So moving on to policy H2 is about protecting and improving existing houses. And this, the sort of this background to this is the housing crisis in Newham, the lack of potential opportunities for delivering a large number of homes needed, etc., etc. So that's a recurring kind of point, isn't it? That is a justification, part of justification for a lot of these policies.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Our need is very much weighted towards family housing, as in particular.
Yeah.
That this policy picks up on.
Right. Okay. So, and you say that parts 2 and 4 provide some flexibility in the policy. Okay, and it reflects the SHMA, which shows that 59% of leads are family homes.
Yes.
That is higher than policy A4 requires in terms of provision, percentage provision of on sites.
Yes.
So that's part of the justification for saying, well, we need to protect what we've got, in particular those types of housing.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So there is a modification proposed here, which is just it's a factual. It seems to me it's a factual change that could be a minor one, I would have thought.
Yeah, it's just to reflect. So part 4 of the policy, I think it is, talks about allowing exceptions to allow for basically HMO accommodation to meet the needs of people in temporary accommodation, but for a period of up to 5 years. So the updates to the policy are just reflecting the services that are going to take that forward, if that makes sense. Just clarify who will be taking policy forward in future, utilising it.
Yeah, but I know it's a change to a policy, but does it materially change the policy?
I don't think so.
It's just
No.
actual corrections, isn't it?
No, I think the only material change that we might come onto, and again, I think it could be arguable, is about the rent level at which they're rented, but that's covered in policy H9, so we can come onto that later on.
So anyway, what I would say about this one is that I wouldn't be recommending this as a main modification.
Yeah.
It's up to you whether you want to make it as a minor modification. That's your judgment, okay? But what I'm saying, it is to a policy, notwithstanding that, I don't think it affects policy. Actual correction, but that judgment is yours. Okay. There's a change to the implementation text for this policy 2, parts 1 and 4. H2 1, H2 4, H2 4. I'm not going to go through these. Again, these are the similar thing. You categorise these as minor, which I think seem to be factual updates, so I'll just leave those with. Okay. I don't think anyone's got any comments they wish to make about policy H2, so we'll move on to policy H3, which, as I said, the council, well, you may as well outline now. You said you were going to propose modifications to the plan relating to affordable housing.
So it's being looked at as an option, and as Natalie said earlier, it's subject to kind of democratic kind of approval process. Hence, we can't confirm whether or not we make that change currently.
Well, there'll be something related to, there'll be some statement from the council in response to action points in relation to affordable housing. And just so we deal with it now, that would presumably be, or would relate to policy H3, would it also potentially relate to other policies that require affordable housing in specific types of?
Yes, it would.
It could do that as well.
Yeah.
So I think we'll bear that in mind when we get to those, whether that's purpose-built student accommodation or whatever, built to rent or whatever else. Okay, so on that basis and on the basis that we'll deal with it in week 4, is there anything anybody wishes to say about policy H3 now? Feel free to. I mean, I'm not trying to constrain you in it. Yes, it will.
Yes, look, I think it's just important to just set out our concerns with the policy as drafted, but taking account for the units. I think our primary concern is the fact that the policy as drafted is structurally inconsistent with the London plan. Obviously H with the London plan in particular. The main areas of inconsistency relate to the absence of the fast track route. So that's the first area, and the second area of inconsistency is the spend requirement related to the threshold. So that we know these concerns have already been raised by the GLA themselves, but I would just draw your attention to the GLA's December 24 practice note, which provided some additional guidance to local authorities going through the plan making process. And that note is pretty explicit from the GLA's perspective, setting a higher threshold in the London plan or no threshold at all. Goes to the fundamental aspect of key parts of the London plan and this successful implementation of the entire London plan. I would also just draw your attention to the Wandsworth local plan examination, which is currently in process, and modifications both there to bring Wandsworth fast track threshold, which was set at a higher 40% weight, down to the 35% in the London plan. I think it's all quite important in the context of, as part of the policy is drafted at the moment, the only route for compliance is 60%, but the London plan currently at 35%, measures about to be introduced at 20%, and risks that creates for delivery.
Okay, understood. In terms of so the figures we're going to come back to, because that's what the council's going to either propose a mod or explain it's not proposing a mod in relation to ASU, the tenure split, so the percentage requirement and the tenure split. Fully understand and the inconsistency with the London plan. In terms of reference to a fast track route, I mean, in practice, if you comply with the policy requirements, it's a fast track route, isn't it? I.e., you don't have to provide a viability assessment.
Yes, in essence, it would achieve the not requiring to submit viability, and not requiring to have a further review. But the inconsistency is the London plan has a strategic target of 50%, and then it has a fast track route which is set lower because of the research the GLA have done in terms of that approach maximises the affordable housing delivery, incentivises applicants to go further because they don't have the uncertainty of the viability process and the late stage review mechanisms.
There are also multiple thresholds in the London plan. So you've got 35%, you've got 50% if you're a public sector. And the gasworks sites, the 35% threshold applies for note 59 in the London plan, which acknowledges the exceptional capital costs afforded to them. So there's a bit more nuance behind the threshold approach.
Yeah, okay. So structurally, you would say, well, it should be structured the same as the London plan, and it shouldn't be any more onerous than the London plan, which brings you on to, well, what's the point of owning the policy at all? When you've got a London plan policy that does the job, and that may change in the new London plan. So when this is adopted, it will either be as it is or something different, and then the London plan will come along with another one. Okay. Right, okay, understood. But so you're saying, irrespective of the numbers here, you think structurally it's not as clear about a fast track route, even though in practice there is some element of it, but it's not the same. There's more to the fast track route than just complying with. Okay, understood. Right, Molly Moore.
Yeah, just possibly to pick up on that point, I think one of the main things is to do reviews and the structural review mechanisms. I mean, wholly they are a risk on developments. Developers typically, I mean, obviously developers don't like them, but that uncertainty, particularly on some of the very large scale regeneration schemes, is a big risk factor on schemes, and developers are incentivised, and the threshold approach has worked where there is a balance. Developers will often go to a position where, at face value, they're providing more than the maximum reasonable viable, which is a test, purely because they want to avoid some of those review mechanisms and that uncertainty. So that was always the purpose of the threshold approach, to try to push people who are close to go above and get there. And obviously in the current structure we have, that has worked. I mean, I know we're in difficult times and we're now reviewing where that threshold sits, but the fact that that threshold is being considered at the moment by the GLA just demonstrates how much of an important factor it has been in housing delivery and affordable housing delivery in London. And viability reviews and how those are triggered by the threshold approach is a really key component of affordable housing policy. So again, I think regardless of the numbers, I think we certainly urge that approach is well understood. Yeah, it's familiar, and I would suggest it has worked, and it has driven probably more. Well, GLA will say that it drives more affordable housing. They have done in their practice notes than otherwise. So I think for us, ignoring the number points and the viability, we would say that's the key thing. And I think it's got to be right, because avoiding viability reviews is a key thing for development.
Yeah, okay. So in that sense, there's no need for a policy in this plan.
Well, you could argue that. You could say that, yes, well, I have indeed, you could say across London, because ultimately that has definitely driven, the London plan has driven most affordable housing policy positions. And it is, I would suggest, a conflict sometimes when you're trying to review one local plan that has a slightly different take on it comparative to the London plan, which differs. And the differentiation is usually sometimes when viability evidence is required. So certain boroughs, including Newham, and others require viability evidence if you're just below 50%, whereas the London plan you don't. And it's a strange sort of imbalance. But yeah, it is a key question. I think we're all very familiar with local plans wanting to and wishing to deal with local circumstance, and that's understood. But I think we would definitely advocate for the London plan approach.
Well, I mean, at the moment, it deals with local circumstance in the sense that it tries to identify, it tries to address a local need that it identifies, but the issue then is the viability. Okay. Yes.
Can I make one more point? Looking at the consultation draft of the MPPF, which has recently come out. Yeah. Policy H07 confirms that substantial weight should be applied to the benefits of providing accommodation that will contribute towards meeting evidence needs of the local community, which suggests that there should be equal weighting applied to, if you have a threshold approach, viability approach, the delivery of affordable housing should carry substantial weight, regardless of the number or the quantum. It is still contributing to meeting housing need in the borough, and I think that's quite an important emerging position that would be helpful to be reflected in policy H3 in some form.
Right, any other points about H3 at this point? Anything, I assume the council doesn't say anything.
No, nothing further. I think on group matters sets out the incredibly high need we have for affordable housing in this borough, and in particular the increasing need for temporary accommodation, which places significant cost burdens on the council. So, providing more social rent housing, we are looking to alleviate some of those factors that have typical implications across the council and what we can provide for our residents.
Yeah, okay. Well, I won't ask you questions about, the extent to which, this sort of approach will actually achieve what you wanted to achieve, either more affordable homes or not, because, we'll leave that for the other day, for the next day, when you've had a position that you can, it's the council. Anything GLA want to say now?
I'm just here to confirm that we're waiting for any proposed modifications. Yeah. So obviously, as others have mentioned, it's a key issue. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to say anything further until we see what the council's proposing.
I mean, do you want to comment on the general point about the London plan approach being applied consistently across London and having variations of it in individual plans? I mean, would it just be better if they didn't do it and you just use the London plan?
So I think obviously the London plan is part of the development Fundamentally, I do think local plans still need to undertake their own viability evidence, and there is some flexibility in the London plan, for example, around the 10-year splits. It's the H6 of the London plan. And that's certainly reflected in our statement of common ground and consistent with advice we give to boroughs or the ones where the examination was mentioned. The aspect of the overall threshold at 35% for private land, essentially, in the application for review mechanisms is something we're very clear on. Fundamentally, where boroughs land, for example, on the tenure mix, and this is in our statement of common ground, we do recognize that there can be variations, and where there are also to the viability evidence that underlies the current London plan, what was tested in that, and if boroughs are looking to vary from that, they need to look at that in their evidence space. So yes, of course, we prefer something that's as clear and consistent as possible, but around things like tenure mix policy H6 is explicit that there's wiggle room there for
Okay, no, thank you for that. LDC.
I think just as a perspective of a public body that does have to deliver 50% affordable housing, I think I just stress the difficulty that the challenges that brings with it, and that we are able to do that only really through the benefits of having a portfolio approach to affordable housing, to actually be able to aggregate that against a number of sites. And it does still quite heavily rely upon the amount of grant funding available to meet that 50%. So I think all those factors need to go in. If you increase the 60%, you may end up having that grant funding spread over your sites to achieve its same effect. The borough.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on H3 today then? No. Okay, so we'll come back to that. Thank you. So policy H4 is housing mix. Yeah, let's just pick up if there's any modifications. Yes. So two modifications proposed to policy H4. One is, we talked about yesterday, reference to Egyptian traveller accommodation assessment as evidence. You've categorised that as the pink, which is the sort of one you can't make because it's not minor or it's not a main mod. Could be a minor. It's just actual, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Then there's a main mods part 4 of H4, which deletes reference to. So it's about the 1-bedroom houses, and it deletes reference to the 2 persons. So it's just any 1-bedroom house.
Yeah, so between Rig 18 and Rig 19, we softened our position on delivering studio units. But the intention of the policy is that the overall delivery of 1-bed and studio should be no more than 15% of the total mix of the scheme units. So that was basically to kind of, I think, clarify any consistency that cropped up. We'd made the change to allow studios, but we hadn't made the change to the policy allowing for that 5% needs to be counted as part of that overall 15% requirement for 1-bedroom studio units.
Yeah. So again, we've got. Well, I referred earlier to the SHMA and the SHMA, sorry, and the evidence related to family homes, and then but these other sort of detailed requirements, they're all reflective of that set of works. I suppose it brings us on to, I think it's Sir William's point about the extent to which the SHMA is up to date or not. Is it? Are you satisfied it's still up to date?
Yeah, we're satisfied it's still up to date, and sorry, I'm just looking through my notes, but if you were to look at actually delivery of 3-bedroom accommodation versus the need that we've got evidence in the SHMA, sorry, on average, you'd be looking, according to the SHMA, you need to deliver about just under 1,800 3-beds per year. Family size, I can't remember which one, but effectively you'd have to deliver a lot, and we've been averaging about 436 per year. So from our view, it's not that need is very unlikely to have decreased between when the SHMAR was reduced and present day.
Yeah, okay. What's the sort of cycle of review of the SHMAR? I don't know, I can't remember what the BPT says about needs. I mean, it's generally sort of.
Traditionally, we've done it pre-local plan review, because that would be every 5 years, but the policy is H4 does talk about having reference to the latest strategic housing market assessment. So if we were to update it, we could use that policy hook to refer to any new SHMAR that was published. And
that could, in effect, mean you reduce different figures, which I suppose brings on to the point, the extent to which you need this degree of specificity in the policy, setting out these percentages. It's a general point, isn't it, about the flexibility of the plan and how it's applied through development management, or whether there should be a policy more like that. It doesn't actually specify these things.
Well, I think flexibility is a private practice on pretty much all sides, because the 3-bedroom requirement, which is going to have the largest impact on viability, is subject to a viability assessment where that target's not met. So in practice, we do look to optimise the housing mix on sites depending on what's viable, and often that results in a balancing act between the affordable housing provision and the family housing provision. But if we didn't include that viability requirement in the policy, there is no incentive for developers to deliver those lower value units to them. So for us, given our need is so high for family housing, it's really important that we put some provisions in place around 3-bedroom housing, but also around 4 beds, because at the moment we barely deliver. We deliver very, very low numbers of 4 beds, but actually that's quite a high need in terms of our housing register.
Yes, okay, understood. So, I mean, it's a plan-led approach. It's providing that clarity. It's tackling a real issue. And I think I probably talked about this when we talked about viability. But the flexibility that you allow is through a viability, site-specific viability.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So I think you may have talked about this, but in terms of that being fairly normal practice, I mean, imagine, did you explain that it doesn't actually hold things up?
No, we don't consider the viability assessment holds up. The assessment of planning applications. BNP spoke about that on our viability session that we had, and it's part of those broader discussions that we have for planning applications. And our current 3-bedroom housing target, which is pretty much the same as 39% in the adopted plan, that is subject to viability. So, pretty much all schemes in Europe get viability tested, because most of them don't meet those 2 targets. But in practice, we're not seeing, you've got our AMR in terms of our approval rate for, affordable housing. It's not necessarily reducing that. I think it's between about 30 and 40% in some years. I'm losing my track.
No, okay, it's answered the question, I think, which is viability site specific.
Yeah.
You say that's the flexibility. Point is, well, doesn't that delay things? But you're saying, well, no, that's just how it is.
Yeah.
Go on. Respond to that.
Yes. So I think from our perspective, we disagree with the statement that the viability process doesn't delay the planning applications. And I think an important point, as made by Barry Bottom a moment ago, is the requirement for the review mechanism. So it's actually in H3 rather than H4, but an expectation of viability review mechanism is applying where this additional policy requirement relating to unit mix hasn't been met, which is unprecedented in London, and certainly not part of the London plan. So even where you are meeting the relevant threshold of affordable housing, there is still the potential for review mechanisms being imposed and the uncertainty that those create.
Where's that requirement? And in policy H4?
I think in H3, the wording is development 13 not meet these requirements and the delivery of the required level of family housing under local plan policy H4.2. I think that would be an area we'd want clarified, that there would be no expectation for future reviews.
well, maybe you can help. Is non-compliance with H4, i.e. the dwelling mix, justified by viability? Does it bring it into review mechanism? Is that what policy H4 or H3?
I think we would determine review mechanisms based on what is in the development contributions policy. But I think it's something that, we would consider a late stage review if those two targets weren't met.
But it's covered under which policy then? BNF4?
N4, I think, yeah. So that covers where we would expect review mechanisms to come forward.
Right, okay. So your point then is, well, if you've got a prescriptive policy like this, it's going to generate more review mechanisms. Is that the point?
Yes, definitely. And just to add to my previous point, setting this sort of unrealistic target does also create expectations of the elected politicians and the risk at the planning decision stage.
So which unrealistic targets?
So
in N4?
Yeah. So in terms of a 40% of all units to be family sized dwellings across all tenures. As the council have said, this is an existing policy and flexibility in terms of viability is applied, but that is applied on, I think, every application that's been in the last 3 or 4 years have all gotten down viability tested on the unit size mix, and the council has, in all of those circumstances, really that it should come down in order to maintain the level of rural housing. So I think the point really is what is the benefit of setting these thresholds at a point which can't be achieved. And obviously here in Session Monitor we discussed the local plan policy, the cumulative policy table which showed all the rates. So we know it's not viable. We know when we get to this stage in the planning application, the council are going to favour affordable housing delivery over meeting the 40% three-bed target. So it's just introducing an extra layer of unnecessary process whereby this balance can be done now. The council can determine we should apply a bit more flexibility to these policies and what's expected in order to maximise affordable housing delivery.
Okay. Yeah, so which brings me back to my action point 2 was deliberately not saying to the council review H3. It deliberately left it to the council to identify which parts of the policy, which parts of the plan should be modified to improve the viability picture, and they can use the BNP analysis by looking at the different scenarios of H3 down to 30% or whatever. But equally, they could put in the different mixes for H4. So your point is in the hierarchy of things, in terms of pushing things into the unviable, is we did talk about it in the matter one. Was this in the sort of Premier League of additional costs?
Yeah,
it was in there.
After affordable housing,
right,
it's the biggest cost of development. Achieving this is the next biggest cost because of the lower proportion value of larger homes. And there are references this section in the supported text of the London plan to boroughs only really requiring these on the low cost rent tenure, whereby there is waiting list information around what the exact needs are, but the requirements for tenures and intermediate tenures to be more flexible.
Okay. In terms of the prioritisation of BFN, whatever it is.
Family and affordable housing are both equal weight, but they're at the top.
Oh, it's family and affordable, is that how it's expressed? Yeah, okay. So that would be these two policies?
Yes.
Yeah, H3 and H4. Okay. Then, tomorrow.
Can I just make some
Yes, yeah, sure.
points before we conclude of it? I think, looking at draft policy H4, part 1 is the most useful part of the policy that aligns most closely with London Plan policy H10. as it acknowledges site-specific circumstances, the need for mixed housing, it's much more general and flexible. And it's part 2 onwards, as we've just been discussing, that is really overly prescriptive. And I think an unintended consequence of this policy is that ultimately it could undermine housing delivery. And we've had lots of discussions about needing to optimise sites, etc. But the 40% requirement for 3 beds does put a huge burden on the viability of schemes, and ultimately doesn't achieve what the council are looking to secure in the first place. I think the policy overall just needs to be drafted far more flexibly. And as Tom said, the focus really needs to be on social rent housing. If there is to be a prescriptive mix, that's where the need is, particularly for family-sized homes, and there should be much more flexibility around the market, private homes within the policy.
Okay, thank you. Understood. Mark.
Thank you, sir. Not to repeat that, but we would agree with all of that. And I think it's a risk that we just end up with every single application on the scale will be viability tested. And I think, again, we'll come back to the consequence of that is probably suppressing affordable housing because there's no incentive to increase that. That's there. And obviously, whilst affordable housing, we hope there's going to be increased subsidy available for that, which helps that to a degree, helps reduce the cost of that. That doesn't apply, of course, to some of the mix, particularly in the private element. And I think I just wanted to add a couple of points. One is geographical considerations, because clearly, in terms of some of the high density schemes you're talking about, tall buildings, those are going to be in accessible locations. Typically, those are preferred by those who want smaller accommodation, be it flatted development, especially if we're talking about tall buildings, not necessarily so appropriate for family mix. So that ability to have some sort of geographical sense of where this development is located, I think is quite an important consideration, because development in city centres, or certainly metropolitan centres and town centres, is likely to have a different need than potentially those which are outside those areas. So I think that's something we would like to see within here. And I would say as well, I don't think we would disagree with a more prescriptive or a prescriptive approach towards affordable housing delivery to meet needs. So I think in terms of housing mix, a lot of other policies across London which deal with mix tend to set out what they would like to see in terms of the affordable housing mix, but give a bit more flexibility in the private mix, purely because the private mix is paying for a lot of the benefits that are going to be delivered across the scheme. So that balance has got to be right. So I think that's a piece there. And I think finally, I do agree again with colleagues to my right that there is a suggestion and there is a risk that some of the data we're relying on here is out of date. If you trace it all the way back for the SHMAR, some of it goes way back to 2018 and beyond in terms of population projections. A lot of the new development has come along recently, particularly in the opportunity areas, not wholly, but there are quite large new communities. People have moved into the area from other places. So in terms of how that need and the focus of that need, we've certainly seen there's a lot of interest, particularly for flatted developments. There's a lot of demand for that. So how that shift maybe over the last 10 years has occurred, whether it's exactly the same, I don't know. But it just to paint a picture that there's an awful lot of new development. It has been very successful, supporting a lot of new communities, a lot of people. But we've got to get the balance right going forward, both geographically and in terms of the viability. And what we don't want to really see is a set of policies that ultimately end up just pushing us down the viability line every time.
Which they say is the normal route already.
Well, we would say less so. I think it's the threshold. It's going back to the threshold viability reviews. Yeah. I should not underestimate how much of a difficulty that can be in terms of long-term funding for schemes. Inherently, funders do not like them because it's an uncertainty.
In terms of the principle of 40% of homes in, tall building zones, town centres, in sort of locations, tall building zones are. Is that, are you saying that's not appropriate or needed?
I'm not saying no. I think there will always be need, but I would suggest that if you were sitting next to a station, that the type of people who are looking to buy and locate in those locations will tend to be those probably younger, probably first-time buyers. You're looking at a slightly different marketplace to necessarily family accommodation. Doesn't mean you don't have it, but the balance between the two, I would suggest, would be different. There's obviously a large number of areas with Newham of established housing, which are larger family houses. So the idea of providing some diversity there. So certainly in those centres. So when we, for instance, Ballymore have got schemes in those, you'll often find that that's got a slightly different market demand, perhaps those which are sitting slightly further away. Roll Wharf and those like that. So that's an example. And I would just say, I mean, there's been 3 or 4 very large schemes that have gone through in the last 6 to 8 months through the planning process in Europe. None of them are hitting sort of 30%, well, just about one's hit 30%, but none of them are hitting 40% in terms of that family accommodation. And all of those schemes have very low levels, below policy levels of affordable housing as well. So it's the challenge, it's a real challenge, that balance. I think we just want to make sure that it's proportionate forward. Understand the need, but it's just that flexibility probably around the market housing is more important, because that drives a lot of the value that pays for everything else.
Well, I'll go back to what I asked the council to do in responding to AP2, which was to look at the plan as a whole, and which bits may need to be. And I think your point would be, well, yes, affordable housing.
Yeah.
Then, high up on the list would be this one.
Yeah.
So thank you. And I mean, you could respond to that now, or you can.
There would be a couple of points I'd like to respond to.
Yeah.
Okay. We're not seeing the imposition of late stage reviews of developers necessary to deter development in Newham. Since the current local plan has been adopted, we approved about 20,000 homes in the borough. So we're not seeing this act as a disincentive to developers. In terms of concentrating the family provision within the low cost rent tenures only, we disagree. We think that if you look at the SHMA, the need is very high for family housing, also within private sector developments. It's about 52% when you look at Newham's need. So it's not that there isn't a demand or a need even, for family housing within private. And we also did look at testing a lower proportion of family housing in the private sector when we looked at the different scenarios that were in viability assessment. So when you look at scenario 3 and you look at those rows in the viability report, there was some testing done, and the full figures of the different splits that we looked at are in the BFP report. But it didn't actually materially affect that many schemes that were made viable as a result of that change to the affordable housing policy. So I think for some of the scenarios that I looked at, only 1 or 2 further developments were made viable by that slightly more flexible family housing approach, where it's higher in the private sector. I guess the other question is with regards to geography, we don't see any reason why family housing can't be provided within town centre locations. That's a huge contribution to our housing target. And if we, deprioritise family provision in those locations, then you're not going to meet that need. Affordability isn't going to improve. Just to put those points across.
Yeah, sit with you, yeah.
Just 2 points going back to the London Plan policy H10 housing advice mix, which recognises the role of 1 and 2 bed units in freeing up family size homes. So just to flag that, which reiterates the importance, I guess, of making sure these policies are aligned with the London Plan as closely as possible. And then the second point, I just wanted to draw your attention to some guidance in the viability PVG, which states that affordable housing policy should be set at a level to avoid the need for further viability assessment at the decision-making stage. Sorry, I was sorry for that. But the whole plan viability assessment should create realistic and deliverable policies, which this is the heart of today's discussion. But just to draw your
no, thank you. Okay, yeah.
And just back up with the raised by the council there. I think the key one is, it has been said a few times already, that the impact of late stage reviews on schemes can't be understated. It is at the moment probably one of the most fundamental challenges for delivery of existing consents in London, that the funders are unwilling to put money into these schemes with upsides basically capped, but no mitigation against downside, because these reviews only work upwards. They don't allow any adjustment to obligations should violate not get the necessary threshold. So they are a huge challenge, and in terms of the impact they're having, we discussed it in detail in here in session 1. But we're in a situation at the moment where housing starts across London are historically low, sort of 2 or 3% of that targeted annually. That plays through to Newham as well, and obviously can't be letting the housing delivery test. So there are some big challenges, and it is quite widely accepted that residential units are one of those. And then just on that, impact on materiality on viability, we disagree that this is, unit mix is immaterial. It is a huge cost to schemes, and the fact that actually most planning applications through negotiation, agreed to reduce that 40%, typically down to something close to 15%, shows that it must be material, or for that process to have happened, and for all parties to have agreed that it needs to be reduced. Because if it had no impact on the quantum of affordable housing, then that wouldn't happen. It would just proceed at 40% family size homes.
Yes, understood. Yeah,
But just very quickly, just to add support all that's been said there, and again, just to my point about geographical nature, policy H10 in the London plan says exactly that. It says that part 6, or sorry, A6 says the nature and location of the site puts that into a consideration mix with higher proportion of 1 and 2 bed units, generally more appropriate in locations which are close to town centre or station, or with higher public transport access and connectivity. So just in terms of that consistency again with London plan policy.
Yeah, thank you. Any other points on? Let me just see if I've got any more questions. Page 4. No. Any more comments from you? No. Okay. Right. So that brings on to policy H5, build to rent. So there's been a significant increase in this in the private rented sector in the borough. Any main modifications?
We have proposed. Yes, so because London affordable rent levels are no longer published on a regular basis by the GLA, we had changed the split of the different rents that we currently to social rent levels rather than London affordable rent levels, which they were previously, because that data is no longer publicly accessible. And we've made some changes to the implementation text just to reflect that point.
Okay, so the percentages stay the same. It's the terminology that's changed. So in practice, is it changing? Or is it just reflecting?
It would change the level at which we would expect the discount market rate to be set, or the split on these sites. So 50% should be set at social rent levels, and 10% should be set at London rent levels. Whereas before it was London affordable rent, which is a slightly different cost, slightly more affordable to provide social rent levels.
Okay, but that's a change to policy which you've categorised as a minor change, and the implementation text just reflects that. Right, so policy. So the build to rent. It's a national PPG on build to rent, isn't it? Which is quite detailed.
Yeah.
So this reflects that, does it?
Yes, it does. So we've got so we've tried to keep the requirements in terms of what counts as built to rent as close to what's in the London plan as possible, which reflects the PPG.
Yeah, you say as close as possible.
I've there's some slight differences in terminology, but I wouldn't say they were material.
So the parts of this H5 that relate to affordable housing, it's parts 2, 3, and 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they things that maybe the best come back to?
I think probably yes. I mean, we're looking at the options on affordable housing, and I suppose it would be one that we would look at the option to align it more closely with the London plan, although we've not made that decision yet.
Okay, well, if anyone's got any initial points about that structure or whatever, inside the detail. Yeah. I think, Brian, you picked up the point about the terminology of discounted market rents, and so does the modification does it address the point that you were making?
I don't think so. I think our preference is that it's it is referenced, because it is discounted market rent, that is what we refer to. I understand the sort of rent level suggestions about, well, London rent, but also the social renters there. It could be a bit confusing, because I'm not sure the intention is this is run by registered provider.
It would be expected.
It would be, and obviously there's no, just to be clear, grant then available probably for that as a concept. I don't think there's an issue with setting grant levels. I think it's just how the technology, because it's well known, and then there's a separate subset of where that then is, where that level is set and what rent is actually you're addressing. Usually some of the other London boroughs have got it as a geographical thing. They reference the where in the borough what the average income is for that particular ward and set it like that. But I think we'd prefer that if it was more consistent in that respect. I think reference to social rent is confusing. All our other points really relate to the viability position.
Yeah, which
we'll come back
to. LLDC, you had a point about tenancy, the length of tenancies on this one, built to rent. I think no. Right. Any points anybody wishes to make that aren't related to affordable housing about the build to rent? No. Okay. So that will be. We'll at least consider whether we need to come back and talk about the before. Right. H6 is supporting specialist housing. Again, this reflects a need identified in the SMART, and it's modification. No, not modification. No. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So the one I wanted to ask you about is part 4, which restricts the occupancy to 33%. No more than 33% for residents outside of Newham, with an exception in the implementation text related to accommodating sub-regional limits.
Yes, so we've got a problem in Newham when it comes to delivering specialist housing, whereby because our rents is borough comparatively cheaper to other areas of London, you'll often get other councils provide taking up accommodation in Newham, and that restricts the available amount of accommodation for Newham residents. And we've just had a CQC inspection where it was specifically raised that Newham doesn't currently have enough supported accommodation in borough. So we're trying to align our delivery as best we can with the needs identified by our adult social care services.
Okay. And the reference in H64 this is in the second paragraph. It's for talks about strategic sub-regional partnership approach. What does that mean?
Well, in some cases, for some because there's such a diverse, different types of specialist housing. For some types of specialist housing, there have been instances where, for example, I think it relates specifically to care accommodation, but North East London collectively are looking at approaches to tackle need across the sub-region. And we would expect for that sort of approach, there would be an exception in the policy to allow us to, basically accommodate what our adult social care or children's commissioners think is the best approach to meeting need, which is why there's that bit of flexibility in the implementation text.
Any comments from anyone else on that one? No. Which brings me on to H7. Again, not a modification proposed here. This is specialist housing for older people, which could be sheltered housing, care homes, the full range, yeah, assisted living, etc. So in part one, this sort of location. This is the town centre
Yeah, I mean,
location.
yeah, it's not hard and fast, but generally speaking, feedbacks are colleagues in adult social care have done an ageing well strategy recently, which included some engagement with members of the community, and it was their preference was directing this where possible to, within a good distance of town and local centres, might have accessibility requirements, which means being at a close distance to a town centre would be a really positive thing. But there is some flexibility in there that if the commissioners feel that, actually there's another location that could be appropriate, then we'll consider that as part of a planning application assessment.
And the reference to affordable housing provision in accordance with H3.
Yeah.
That would apply to all types, for care homes and...
No, so it would apply to sheltered and extra care. From the approach aligns with similar approach in the London plan in terms of which accommodation we apply affordable housing requirements to.
So it's essentially people who've got an individual home as opposed to being care.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But the percentage requirements in H3 and the 10-year split would apply. So again, it's subject to. Sorry, before what it says is with the exception of care home accommodation, all other types, sheltered, extra care, assisted living, because they're all separate homes.
Yeah, I think the London plan treats those forms of housing as effectively C3 type accommodation, which is where the affordable housing requirement kicks in.
Seems to be a matter for debate. Right, thank you. Okay, anything else on that one? No. So brings us on to H8, which is purpose-built student accommodation. So there are some modifications proposed to this. Well, one of them is all to do with the campus and whether it's an existing campus or an approved campus.
Yeah. So
I'll come on to that. The other one is just a terminology about saturation or concentration. That's just wording. Yeah. And there's something in the implementation text is the same, it reflects the same. Definition of overconcentration added, and a definition of adjacent. So they're new things.
Yes.
So surely they materially affect the policy, don't they?
Yes, they could.
We'll talk about them. I think that.
That makes sense.
I think they will do, because I think they change the geographical engagement policy, don't they? So okay, well anyway, we're going to go through the various bits of this, but sorry, the one I'm talking about is the one, the MO 67.3 is implementation text, all sections. Yeah, that's where it's bringing in these different definitions.
Yeah, I think we've maybe implied a bit of a rigid approach to implementation text in not having them in agreed, but no, I get the point.
I think in this case, it's something that's right. So we'll go through this. So the whole thing about campuses. A campus, it's sometimes a clearly defined university area. sometimes it's not. I think I'd say in London and Newham, city-based universities quite often have a very sort of scattered approach to, not approach, but the way the occupation is quite dispersed. So you propose a mod to define what a campus is, which is a cluster of teaching and student facility buildings and purpose-built student accommodation servicing the college or university. So that is something that you can use that. You could look at bits of Newham and say that's a campus, that's a campus, that's a campus. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean our two biggest providers are UEL, University of East London, and UCL, and both of those are a mixture of education and student accommodation. So yeah, that would kind of fit that definition.
And it brings in the approved bits to reflect that this could change.
Yeah. So for example, if we wanted to add a little bit of extra flexibility in terms of if a new form of education is if a new educational campus is proposed via a planning application, that could be considered when you're assessing an application for PBSA.
Okay. In terms of this adjacent and 300 metres, that relates specifically to the policy requirements in part 2 about over concentration.
Yeah, so we want to. So the thrust of the policy is looking to ensure that we're not undermining our ability to meet our housing needs, but also adding flexibility to that policy position to allow for campus-based expansion. So, we don't want it to be, it doesn't have to be necessarily absolutely adjacent, but we feel in close proximity, 300 metres is an appropriate distance.
But it's just for that particular clause?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll come back to that then. So I'm going to go through these various bits of this and then I'll invite comments from others if they wish to. So the first thing was what you just touched on there, is to understand the context here. So there are universities based in Newham with campuses, and there's been a lot of student accommodation built in in recent years, and the amount of purpose-built student accommodation in Newham now is greater than to meet the need of the campuses in the borough. Is that right?
Yeah. So at the moment we have across the borough we've got about 9,000. Well, we have exactly 9,384 purpose-built student accommodation bed spaces that have either been approved, have got resolution to grant, or have completed since the adoption of the London Plan. And the London Plan sets out the need figure for London, which is 30. I think it's 30. Yeah, it is 35,000 bed spaces across the London Plan period. In terms of the amount of universities that are provided across London, in terms of students studying, about 7% of students studying in London currently are based at Newham universities, and that's those in full-time education, just to be clear. And in terms of the amount that we have delivered, we've delivered currently we consider a really significant contribution to London's overall needs. So in terms of that figure that we just touched on, the sort of 9,000 bed space figure across the borough, that's about 26% of London's overall need in the London Plan period. So we feel that in terms of PBSA, we have delivered a lot, and it's not that we don't support additional PBSA in locations where that isn't that level of over concentration. But what we want to do is, because this is more of a viable product, we don't want to PBSA to be delivered on a limited availability of land and in effect reduce the amount of land that we can provide our priority needs. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. So the position is you have provided more than is needed in Newham, and that has consequences for other housing provision. But you recognise this, but it's not. You're not putting up a drawbridge to say no more. But you're saying what there is now subject to these various bits we'll go through in the policy. So that's the context for it. Okay, fine. So the first one relates to proposals. Part one is Stratford, Maryland. So this allows new accommodation in or adjacent to existing or approved campuses. Yeah, that's the basic approach.
Yes.
Does this 300 metres apply to this bit of policy?
Yes, so in terms of the bit adjacent to campuses, I think counts under part one and part two.
Okay.
Sorry, just to clarify a point that I just made, sorry, I was looking at the wrong bit of my notes. In terms of the amount of delivery that we have at the moment versus the overall need in London, I think we've delivered around a fifth of that need.
20%.
Yeah, so about 20%.
Of the 10-year, under the 10-year need overall.
Yes. Oh no, sorry. My God, I've got so many percentages in this.
Yeah, I've already got quite enough.
My bad. Yeah, so in Stratford and Maryland, we've currently got 23, we think we've got 23% of London's need delivered in just that single neighbourhood. Sorry.
Well, the other thing I noted, I'll just ask you guys, the plan 3.18A refers to a local need of about 210 student bed spaces a year.
Yeah.
Whereas you've been delivering over 700 in Stratford and Maryland. So that's just one way of looking at it. I mean, the basic point is there is more student accommodation. It's a disproportionate amount of student accommodation.
Yeah.
So that's the point. Right, okay. So the part one would be modified to allow these adjacent or existing campuses. Yeah. And that's one element of it. But you're still using the word adjacent, defining adjacent as including 300 metres.
Yeah, so the full definition of adjacent. Yeah.
It's kind of not adjacent, is it? But adjacent or within 300 metres, in a way of putting it. Anyway, okay, but that's that. Okay, and then the other element is any replacement accommodation in this neighbourhood, which would be allowed if it's not adjacent to a campus, but it mustn't increase the number of bed spaces. Why? Well, you're just using the same site, you're going to create more bed spaces. What's the harm in that?
Yeah, I think in terms of the over concentration criteria, it could effectively, I think, trigger it at a high level if you're delivering more on the existing site, but I appreciate the work.
But over concentration isn't an issue in Stratford, Maryland, is it?
Yes.
Well, is it? Well, not with Birdton, was it?
No, but Stratford and Maryland has a more stringent approach than the rest of the borough because of the high level that we deliver there.
So it's, I don't quite see the logic of that. What's the harm if you were to redevelop a site and create an extra 20% bed space? Whatever.
I think it's in terms of if we're taking a more stringent approach for the whole borough, effectively it could create the incentive for those existing units to be densified very intensely. Potentially you're looking at much taller buildings on those sites, and that would have implications in terms of the surrounding area.
Well, there are other policies. If you're talking about design considerations, tall buildings, whatever that else. Okay, right. Okay. So in terms of elsewhere, then this allows new purpose accommodation again adjacent to or existing or proposed approved campuses, but also in town or local centres with P-Town 4. Yeah, so that's why it's slightly more than Stratford, Maryland. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But then it does introduce this idea of saturation or over concentration.
Yes.
Which isn't referred to in the Stratford.
No, I think it's because in terms of Stratford, there are only those two circumstances under Part 1 where we would allow additional accommodation because we feel the level of over concentration in that neighbourhood is so high at the moment that it justifies a much more stringent policy than in other areas of the borough where there may in future be over concentration, but right now that isn't an issue.
So then over concentration is becomes it? It's defined as, well, it's numerically defined, 25% of approvals and completions in the particular neighbourhood. So not in the local centre or the neighbourhood wide.
Yes.
Okay. It's not related to the population or the number of homes, it's just related to approvals and completions.
Yeah, so it's related to
Change.
Yeah, so it's related to the neighbourhood boundary. I think it's to reflect the fact. So we base the over concentration thresholds on appeal decisions that's set out in the topic paper, but those were in relation to population. Our concern isn't necessarily about the population levels. Like, we're not necessarily opposed to there being a higher level of student population in these neighbourhoods. What we're concerned about is availability of land in those neighbourhoods, and that's why we've based it on that geographical scope rather than say a percentage of the population. Like, we're not opposed to higher percentages of the population. It's just about making sure we're not undermining what available land we do have to meet other needs.
The one's about the percentage of approvals and completions.
Yeah.
So I can see that that's about the take. The other one's about it would lead to more than 800 bed spaces, 300 metres of another purpose-built student. How does that relate to kind of clustering of these at a campus?
Yeah, so we've based it on we've based the two over concentration thresholds on two appeals that we know that other boroughs have sort of taken as a kind of baseline for measuring over concentration, and this one is talking about the higher, the higher kind of clustering of student accommodation in single locations.
But you're looking to concentrate them in locations that are adjacent to or in a campus or in a town or local centre.
I guess from our perspective, there's the exception to that would be where there's an existing campus or development in the borough. That is allowed by the policies, even if there is an over concentration under Part 2D. It's either going to be solely providing a replacement facility with no increased bed spaces, or it's located within or adjacent to an existing campus development in the borough. So it would still support campus growth, even if the over concentration threshold were triggered.
This is one of these ones with oars and anchors, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Part A says it's in or adjacent to an campus. And Part D.
Yeah, so Part D is effectively Part A, B, and C are in relation to there being no oversaturation, and then Part D is the example where there is an oversaturation.
Okay. Okay. So the Part 3 is about affordable housing. Can we come back to that? Yeah. Again, it might be quite a lot. Nomination agreements. That's again to address the issue of meeting Newham's needs as opposed to wider London needs.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so making sure that where there is an over concentration, that those nomination agreements are linked to the campus growth, the campus where because the policy is predicated on allowing for new student accommodation where there's campus growth, we would expect it to be linked to that provider.
Okay. And then Part 5, communal space for study. Yes, so sporting facilities.
Yes.
Is that inside stuff?
Yeah, so effectively it's kind of like the reason we've included that clause is kind of two-pronged. I mean, one is that by introducing a very dense form of housing, there's potentially going to be impacts to nearby infrastructure, so providing sporting facilities can ease that. The other perspective that we've approached it from is the significant mental health benefits that sporting provision or exercise provision can have on student study. We saw in COVID impact that having a lack of access to kind of open space and areas to exercise had on students' mental health. So we think that that's an important consideration to make when delivering this form of accommodation.
What sort of open space? So sporting facilities. I mean.
Just a gym or something like
so
that.
So is it something inside the building?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Playing field.
No, it wouldn't be like a court or anything. Yeah, it could be, but it's it could be like a gym in the
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So I've gone through various things. You've clarified. There's a couple of things I think I need to think about, but I'm going to open it to Unite. I know you've probably got an interest in this policy.
Yes,
I know you. I've read your statement. So.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. And that was very illuminating and helpful in terms of how the policy is going to be interpreted. Start on points 1 and 3 with the definition of campus, which prepared that it might include accommodation as well. And that needs to be clarified, so I put it in a different context. Obviously, United have schemes in and around Stratford, which are their nomination agreements with universities. Does that then become part of the campus? I didn't think that was my understanding of how the policy was framed in the first place. But what that policy does, part 1, very much focuses and pushes for a concentration of PBSA in and around the campuses. So that's on one side of the equation, but then the second part of the policy is then pushing against over concentration.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a mixed messaging in that respect. But United position has always been with regards to this point of over concentration. It's obviously tested a lot around the country. And I think what Newham based their policy on is 2 appeal decisions from 2008, 2009, which obviously quite a long time ago. The important thing is that they both predated the point at which PBSA became recognised as part of housing supply. So that was a very different context than other councils around the country trying to set thresholds since that point. Glasgow had a vision, but loads of appeals being allowed there, where 60% of the local ward was occupied by students, the residential sector. So generally, there's been a trend of striking out the information where these are that's created by PBSA, and there's a lot of appeals in that arena. What this effectively does, what Newham are trying to create is what consequences will be is that it will be a moratorium on more PBSA in the borough when many areas that are available land-wise to accommodate student needs with this policy I'm drafting. So then what that will then do is been evidence in places like Manchester, where Benton Tower, the council suddenly found out that 50% of the people were not paying council tax, and because 50% of the people there, because of the moratorium on students, were actually students. So what you're effectively doing is not only are you preventing PBSA, but you're pushing students into conventional housing and reducing that supply as well. So it's a double whammy. So there are strong cases that the restriction on certain areas should be meeting from the policy, not flexible or meeting the London plan requirements, and also over concentration points should be struck out as well.
In terms of the approach, and if I can take it in 2 parts, the Stratford and Maryland as modified. Have you read the definition of campus?
Yes, yeah.
Are you happy with that?
Well, it wasn't until I had that it could include accommodation as well. That ultimately.
It would be intended to be a mix of educational floor space and accommodation. So it would just be accommodation in isolation. That wouldn't be counted as campus, if that clarifies.
It was so this that got consent for scheme of bridging steps, which could be occupied in a nominations agreement by UCL. That then become part of the campus. Then all the communities are 300 metres about X distance away from that. I don't think that's I thought the intention of the policy was to be very restricted on what the campus is defined as, and therefore all the land around that within 300 metres would be very limited, probably nothing available by already. therefore preventing any more PBSA.
Well, in terms of the first part, there's no reference to overconcentration or limits other than the locational aspect. Yeah?
Yeah.
And the locational aspect is defined by existing or approved campus, yeah, and adjacent, which broadens it out to 300 metres within.
Yeah.
So, are you happy with that as modified or not?
It was, I think we need to get clear what the definition of the campus is.
Well, it is a cluster of teaching and student facility buildings and purpose-built student accommodation that serve a single college or university.
I mean, so that would then bring into play, as I say, if it's keeping out and more big steps, which could be under non-city, one of the existing campuses in the area. But therefore, would that then fall into?
Is it within 300 metres of that campus?
Well, it depends how you define this. Is the thing. How do you define the campus?
The campus would be a cluster, so that wouldn't be like, an accommodation block here at the university there. We would see those together.
Yes, so that just bring into concerns in terms of the overall availability of land.
Well, it doesn't make everywhere in the neighbourhood. It steers it to certain places, which is in and around the campuses. You still think that's too restricted?
Yes, we do. Yeah. Okay. Just restricted to that. Right?
And elsewhere in the borough, outside Newham and Stratford and Maryland, it's the same thing, but also town and local centres with peak town.
Yes, there's lots of town centre locations in Europe that are well connected by stations. So in those areas, we would still support the delivery of PBSA where there isn't that over concentration.
Yeah. Which brings us on to the over concentration bit.
Yes.
So a new purpose-built student accommodation in a town centre that there wasn't any, that was well connected, that would be okay to start with. But then when you start reaching these thresholds,
then it becomes, it would have to be linked to campuses and
yeah. So again, that you see that as too restrictive, or?
Yes, yeah. I think the problem with that is that the threshold of 25% just seems arbitrary.
Yeah.
In the grounds for the 800 bed limit is effectively most student schemes in London around that sort of number.
So once you've got one,
we get one,
that's it in that town centre.
Yeah, there's scope for any more. You can say why? Because on the one hand, you're trying to create a cluster of PBSA around the campus, but then on the other hand, you're trying to disperse it in that respect. And a lot of the locations that are suitable for student schemes will already have existing accommodation there.
But I don't think in a campus, it's not restricting it by over concentration, is it? Because that's what I did.
They're limited to very narrow areas that you could actually develop PBSA in Newham. And most of those sites around those campuses have already been developed or unsuitable. PBSA, that's where we're.
Right, okay, but it has broadened it, the modification broadens it out to 300 metres for those areas.
That's still quite a tight area around.
Okay, but the context being there isn't a local need for significantly more accommodation in Newham because you provided what you need for the local universities.
Well, we're not here to test the London plan and how that defines the need for PBSA over the plan period. That mainly looks at future growth. It didn't look at the unmet need that exists at the present time. And what's changed since the London plan was examined is that students are increasingly wanting to stay in their purpose-built student accommodation throughout their university and career. Whereas back when this London plan was examined, it really looked at just tertiary and the growth. So if you look at any student needs assessment, there's an unmet need of about 300,000 beds across London as a whole. And I think we have this always having this debate with councils like Newham, like Southwark, like Lambeth, they're the popular ones because they've got campuses in their borough and students, want to live close to it, and also got good accessibility. Stratford's one of the best defined, best accessible places in London now. So, you might have students where they've got combination agreement with King down in Southwark. Students can get there really easily.
Yeah.
But then it's kind of be the most popular location. Why they've taken more of the combination which has been delivered over the last 10, 15 years.
Yeah. But I suppose the council's response to that is yes, they have, and that's all good. It's helping to meet London's wider needs. Also got a need for sites for non-student housing.
Yeah, what I've says if you're going to deliver say then the students will then just end up living in the conventional housing.
Well, would they? They wouldn't go to Kings from conventional housing, would they necessarily? They may go into a purpose-built student accommodation lot, but.
Well, we've done this when we've looked at schemes. Lambeth tried to bring in a restriction in Vauxhall on PKSA.
Yeah.
Then a lot of the stuff that was built, a lot of the accommodation around Skynell, we looked at some of that. And again, those living in Empty Garden, one of the highest end schemes out there. A significant percentage of the people living in those properties were students. Because they want to live in what they consider to be the next benefitable location.
Okay, thank you. In terms, so that's the locational aspects, class 1 and 2, understood concerns there. Affordable housing, well, I know you'd raised concerns about that. We'll come back to that, I think. You made a point about the nomination agreements. Do you want to just?
Yeah, just the general direction of travel.
Yeah.
Is that obviously the way the university market is and the idea behind the nomination agreement was something that United supported 10 years ago when the London plan was examined. And at that point, universities were willing to sign up to nomination agreements, but they get to the point now where the financial burden of dealing with that, having to find students every year to go into the book, they're pulling away from that. And the direction of travel has been schemes approved in like Friend, so that without nomination agreement, because that's the direction that the university market is going in.
So, not having a nomination agreement requirement would make it a more viable and attractive investment. Could it give you more flexibility about letting the?
Okay, you're still going to get students living in the accommodation.
Yeah, but it
you're
wouldn't
still
be.
going to get the affordable element of it. That's still secured, but it's that middle tier of rent that the universities aren't really interested in trying to deal with.
But it would give you the opportunity to market it to students elsewhere, i.e. not just.
Yeah.
Nominations are usually with universities for their first years.
Yeah.
They're internationals. And what we're finding now that the majority of our buildings have that link with the university, and that means that every year these students change because the first year cohort changes, and the next group come in.
Yeah.
But then the second years and the third years have come up to us and said, where can we go?
Yeah.
Do you have any other accommodation we can get? And because we're basically filling most of our buildings in our first years, we don't have that many places for the second years to go in.
Yeah.
So there is a return of market that's coming through, and generally that's return of market going to houses of occupation, other houses that is taken away from key workers or particular needs. So restricting the accommodation means that those students will be going somewhere, they have to live somewhere, and they will be going into general needs housing. What we're looking at is trying to see if we can look at standing our delivery for second and third years, and again trying to draw them out of the general population, and so therefore you then get those housing freed up for are after and what all of the other boroughs are after, which is for their health, for their own residents.
Well, okay, if Newham had delivered a lot of purpose-built student accommodation in recent years, has that freed up what were houses in multiple occupation to go back to family homes?
I would say it would. So the strategic housing market assessment did look at the number of houses in Newham that have got Class N council tax exemptions, which are homes occupied only by students. It was about 917 homes. And by the logic of the ratio that is applied to student housing currently, if you delivered 2.5 times that number, you would deliver enough PDSA to meet the needs of those students within that. So that would be 2,292 bed spaces, and yeah, as we discussed earlier, we delivered a lot more.
No, that's yeah. But has it freed up those?
I don't have the.
No, we don't know. We don't know what's happened, do we?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Effectively, a lot has been delivered, or is planned to be delivered.
But if there were houses in multiple occupation for students in Class N, would they need permission to go back to being a family home if they've been vacated by students?
I don't think so. I mean, it would be one that would be very supportive of if it did require planning permission.
So you don't know. You don't know whether all this accommodation for students that's been built has freed up any family homes. Okay. Yeah, Unite again. Sorry.
Yeah, just to come back on that
Yeah.
exact point. I mean, there's a classic example up in Leeds where they delivered loads of PDSA in the city centre, and then there's an area of Leeds called Headingley, and that was back to back. The whole family housing should be populated by students.
Yeah.
And it just became a ghost town. But over the course of the last 5 to 10 years, that's now been transformed back into family housing. That's an example of it actually working in practice. And then there's also the challenge with HMOs in terms of meeting the new environmental standards, which means landlords have got to invest a lot of money into existing buildings. So that's constrain the market as well. That would that will definitely free up accommodation choose suitable for families.
So the other point is that again, as there is a huge imbalance in terms of London, specifically over 400,000 students, only about 100,000 purpose-built halls, which means that regardless of for a number of halls, so a number of HMOs being freed up for students, they're just going to go up by other students if they are still around because it's so important.
Yeah, as there is a need for non-student housing as well, the housing crisis. Yeah, understood. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. Any other points you might want to make about policy H8?
Look at the points we made about the increase on the affordable rent threshold to 60%.
Well, we're going to come back to that.
Yeah.
Because it may.
Then there's the other point that we had was around the sports facility.
Yeah.
I think that's been clarified that between gyms. Outdoor pitch.
Outdoor provision. Yeah. It's a.
Yeah, I've only done one scheme ever with a football pitch on the float. It's now actually been built. That might tell its own story.
I mean, generally we do provide gyms because our students want something like that, so I really understand that. So have our developments spaces for training and fitness, and again external spaces as well in terms of group space. So there is that support for students will be access to experience spaces.
Okay, so it's once you've heard the explanation, you're content. It's when you read the policy, you weren't quite sure that's what it meant.
I was thinking about it.
Yeah. Whether that needs clarifying in any way.
I think if we change the
Sporting facilities
exercise, I think
sporting facilities does kind of make me think of being external, doesn't it? Goes to a table tennis table or a pool table, doesn't it? Right. Anything else on student accommodation then? I think yes. Yeah.
Well, I think just to echo some of those points you just heard, again, nothing significant over different from that, but definitely on the oversaturation point, I think we were more concerned with the 800 student beds with 300 metres. I think particularly that's a bit arbitrary, but certainly in some of the town centre locations, there could be some appropriate locations. So just stick in place. We would urge to get nominations agreement to be in line with London plan. We'll see. We did make some other suggested changes. Some of those have been picked up. It's detail really.
Yeah. Sorry, the point about oversaturation was.
It's to do with the 800 beds with
300 metres.
Yeah, because again, same reason. I mean, most of the new student schemes are more than around about 800 or more than, and certainly in town centres or certainly some of the major town centres, that would be complicated, difficult to follow.
Because once you've done one, that would be a 3.
That's it.
Yeah, you've no more. You've been 300 metres. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Yes. So just similar points to Stratford, copy of your concentration as well.
Yeah.
Part of the point about Stratford is limited by MOL, the park. So 300 metres within University of Arts London or UCL will mostly be the Olympic Park building it anyway. So it's an arbitrary restriction, doesn't really reflect the availability size either. It's reflected by the London plan, which does say about the reason why there isn't a local need is that it does reflect availability sites across London, as well as university development plans. Part of the big picture is about the London plans that are directing towards places like Stratford, which are highly accessible. And restrictions on Stratford would be contrary to London plans principles, what we're looking for. Also looking at over concentration is looking at very short periods of the London plan over the last 4 years or so, which, given that time Stratford was open 2 new campuses, has another campus open up for 10,000 students as these periods. There's also lots of smaller campuses in the area that have opened up as well and continue to open up. So it's a snapshot in time that looks at the PPSA growing to respond to all these campuses that opened. Sure that over the last 10 years, at place at King's Cross, there's been the growth over there to respond to campuses going out there. So it's reflecting a very short time period and to reflect 4,000 conventional homes built over the last 10 years at Stratford and the LDC, which, if you look at the demographics, would mean that it's a much more proportional mixed and balanced community than is being presented.
So, sorry, you're saying that there isn't such an imbalance between the number of students studying in Newham and the number of PBSA bed spaces in Newham, as if you just look at the change in the last few years.
The growth in campuses in Stratford is exponential. Has gone up by, I think the topic paper talks about 33,000 students studying Newham.
Oh, well, sorry, 33,000 students studying in Newham.
Yeah.
And how many bed spaces? How many bed spaces? We heard about 9,000 being built recently, but
yeah, well, there's that to start with. So this is the point. It's a very short snapshot of time.
Yeah.
A lot of PBSA has been built very recently to respond to these campuses, to respond to this growing need.
So there aren't 33,000 PBSA spaces in Newham.
No.
Nowhere near. So, yeah, okay.
And it's this bigger picture of, if you're looking at sort of over concentration, it's comparing things that are delivered and things that are consented in the last 4 or 5 years, of which conventional housing is still due to viability and other concerns that you've heard. So over the longer period, Stratford the whole has been regenerated through thousands of high density conventional houses, and that's not reflected in the way that restrictions are put in place. So this is looking at effectively approvals coming forward which have a higher PBSA percentage because the impacts of viability of housing and the growing PBSA market reflect those new campuses that are growing and being delivered in Stratford, which isn't really reflecting this policy. So the restrictions in Stratford don't reflect what is there on the ground and actually the demand and need in the area.
Okay, thank you.
The other concentration is just the implementation point does refer to all neighbourhoods, so it does other parts of the policy do link back to Stratford. But in using 25% of net residential approvals, I believe the topic paper measures units against student beds, which is not the same measurement. You'd be doing capital room against student beds. So it disproportionately raises the amount of PBSA, which if you did it to the 2.5 or 2.5 as it is in their housing delivery, it'd be much more proportionate. So any monitoring should be
sort of similar to any housing delivery onto.
Yeah, although it was to do with land take-up. I think the justification seems to be for land take-up rather than.
That doesn't really, you can't really measure land takes in an area rather than looking at some of which shorten sites and high density, promoted high density sort of buildings.
Anything else on the over concentration?
No, I think that's the main point.
No, okay, thank you.
I think that's links to the 300 metre point as well. That's the reason why I don't think it should be an arbitrary limit on distance. The lack of available sites, constraints in the area, and it's also there isn't over concentration.
So the 300 metre thing, that's the same point. Once you've got one block, about 800 beds, you can allow another one.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't be able to build anything else in the metropolitan centre, which is exactly what the plan suggests is the appropriate place to build housing, especially near campuses.
But that doesn't apply in Maryland, does it? Or is that what you were saying about the implementation text seems to bring
the information text then links other parts of policy to it, because it talks about these are nomination agreements that can link back to the areas over concentration.
Well, maybe you just clarify that. The implement, I think, well, no, you explain.
Well, it's the way the first point of the implementation says that policy seeks to over concentrations, 2-bed spaces in each neighbourhood. Then it links back whenever you look at parts of the policy, it goes back to, for instance, part 4. B then, or B talks about in areas of over concentration, secure bedrooms are development through a nomination agreement. So that's linked to over concentration. And then there's another point where it links to where you are within that, you have to link to the provider within 300 metres within your adjacent campus. So it does link back and forth between the two. Whether the over concentration point is meant for other neighbourhoods, either the implementation point should be clear and say to neighbourhoods outside of Stratford. Or
Is that the intention?
In terms of part 4B, I think there's an assumption made by BBI. I appreciate it clarified that Stratford is also an area of oversaturation at the moment, so we'd expect that more stringent nomination agreement to apply in Stratford.
But the oversaturation thresholds don't apply in Stratford, do they?
No, I appreciate that's a slight contradiction which we can clarify.
Right, okay. I think I've noted the ambiguity. Okay. Right, anything else on purpose-built student accommodation? There's a few things I want to think about there. It's a complicated, they often are quite complicated. The most complicated purpose-built student accommodation, though, obviously I was in Durham, which was partly because of the size of the city and the number of students. You can imagine that the issues there were very complicated. Anyway, right, so we're past what I would normally call time for lunch break, but we've only got 2 more items on the agenda. So unless anybody wishes to break, or if anybody wishes to leave, I haven't got many more questions, so I think we'll just crack on if that's okay with everything. So houses of multiple occupation, large scale purpose-built shared living. Again, any modifications? This is H9, sorry. The modification proposed part.
Yes, so that's just to slightly add more flexibility. So in H2, there was the exception that allows for some HMOs on a temporary basis to be used to help meet temporary accommodation needs, and rather than saying that rent strictly at the check for any rate of the area, Newham Council has to be in agreement that the rent for that accommodation is appropriate. And again, the other laws I think are similar. in the sense that, that other one is about just clarifying who's budgeting that
Yeah.
at the council, and adding in one extra reference to suitable maintenance centre uses being considered also on the policy J1 as well. So again, sort of factual change.
Fine, okay. Right, so again, there's an affordable housing element to H9, which is something let's defer back to H3. Unless anyone's got anything to say about that today, we can pick that up on week 4. So the locational requirements in part 4, it basically directs these types of development to town and local centres or along major roads with PTAL 4.
Yes.
Yep. So the question is, why is that necessary?
Yeah, so in terms of the major roads having to be PTAL 4, do have quite long stretches. We define what a major road is in the implementation text, but they are in some cases very long stretches of road. You've got Parton Road up there, Roberts Road up there as like 2 examples, and some of them are a lot less well connected than other parts. So we just want that consideration of public transport accessibility to be considered when we are looking at those major roads, because some of them can be, quite residential in nature, and they might not necessarily have as good access to public transport as bits that are close to the town centre.
Why do they need to be on a major road?
I think it's because we feel that these are more densely occupied forms of housing, and major roads and town centres that have good, especially the major roads that have good public transport accessibility are far more suitable to be able to, so that the residents have access to suitable facilities in close proximity, but also that helps absorb some of the amenity impacts as well. In contrast, if you were to locate them in much lower density residential, there could be that increased number of coming and goings from very densely occupied development could have an issue on neighbouring amenity.
Is this about houses in multiple occupation, changes of use of existing homes? Is this purpose-built house?
It could be both.
So it can be quite small scale stuff.
Yes, so that's why the requirement, I believe, around location only kicks in for HMOs above 10 bed spaces, I think. But then check.
Oh yeah. Large HMOs and HMO.
Yes, so we define what a large HMO is in the glossary, and we consider a large. Apologies. So we consider a large HMO similar to what it is in the permitted development order, which is anything above 6 bed spaces is a large HMO, and then anything above 10 spaces we would consider large scale purpose-built shared living in the glossary.
So the more than 6 HMO would require planning permission for this conversion.
Also, small HMOs require planning permission in Newham because we have another more.
It doesn't come into the policy.
No, so small HMOs, they could go anywhere.
Yeah.
Those that have more amenity impacts.
Okay.
We direct a bit more direction on the location.
So it's about public transport accessibility, that's the PTAL, and the major road is the amenity. There are suitable locations for these sorts of development. And it refers to purpose-built and conversions. You get many?
Well, not really, because we have the protections in H2 that protect family housing subversion. So we don't allow for family homes to be converted to HMOs unless they meet those exceptional circumstances in H2.
Do you get many of these being proposed as purpose-built?
As in, do we get lots of purpose-built shared living? Yeah. We have had more applications recently, but historically we haven't had a lot.
Okay, well, Ballimore, do you want to comment on it?
We had one approved resolution through 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
But as part of a bigger regeneration. So, I mean, they are important components, particularly in terms of, in that case, that was a 350 plus bed facility in a scheme that's delivering over 1,500 homes alongside it. There's a couple of reasons for why that was part of that scheme. One is because it does help in terms of the values, it does help in terms of driving that, but it also provides diversity in terms of the accommodation. We have, I suppose, just 2 points really on this. I thought the affordable housing piece we'll come back to, but one is I suppose the part 4, the geographical one, just really to flag I understand entirely the point, just say it's a little bit more onerous comparative to the wording used in policy H16 in the London plan. That is more about well-connected areas, both connected to local services employment by walking, cycling, transport. Whereas this is very much more, say, town centres. Now, the two might be the same, but there might be points, particularly where a site right next to a town centre, which is well connected, could be entirely appropriate for co-living, but could be sort of excluded almost from that point there. So it's really just to say, I think it's more about the connections rather than the is it in a boundary or not on a plan. So it's that point we just think we have a particular site coming forward, about the Libo site. Co-living is one of the areas that we're looking for there. Technically, it sits outside the town centre right now, potentially, but it probably will be in the town centre at one point, but it's not at the moment. Yeah. So that was the first one. The second one was just to do with point 6, and it's a small point, but in there it talks about the alternative use town centre uses, town centre uses, but can do it provided they're publicly accessible. Not always easy to do. And the reason we can say that is, for instance, the facility we've got, which just got a resolution to approve, has got a small swimming pool. It also has a sort of leisure facility as part of that. It has co-working business space in it. The intention is not to make that publicly accessible because that's paid for by the people who are going to be in the accommodation. And it's an important part of that overall attraction of co-living is that they, under a single rent, they have access to all these other facilities as part of that. So I understand if it was a very large facility, but in these cases, these are being directly tailored towards that demand. I mean, some facilities, not this one, have cinema rooms, etc., but it's all very much part of that.
It's a shared private
facility, yeah. So the amenities that are there have been designed specifically for the people who are going to be there and wouldn't be appropriate for something to widen it out to everybody. So if it was shall we say, an extremely large facility, then I can understand the point. But in this case, those would fall in that town centre definition. And if they're in a big facility, 300, 400 beds, then that would have some reasonable sized gyms and all the rest of it. So it's just, again, just to say that won't always be possible, particularly if it is there purely to serve that new population that are coming in. I think those are 2.
Yes, okay, understood. Yeah. Any other points? Do you want to come back on?
Yeah, no, I just think in terms of the extending it out to everything with the PTAL of 4, there are, of course, areas that are, I think from our perspective, we would say that there are areas in lieu of that might be a PTAL 4, but might not necessarily be appropriate for this form of accommodation. That's not to say that if we've got an application in where, there was an argument made as part of an application, we would look at it and we would see whether or not that justified a closure from the policy application. But yeah, generally speaking, there are still quite a lot of areas in Newham that have a high detail, but we wouldn't necessarily think it's suitable for this form of densely occupied occupation.
On the one of the other types of specialist accommodation, I think it was the elderly.
Yes.
It was within a town or local centre or within 400 metres or 800 metres.
Yes, it was, yeah.
This says directed to, which isn't quite the same as located within.
Yeah.
Is it intended to be flexible or some sort of?
I think in certain circumstances we have applied, it's very similar to what's in the adopted plan, and where a location demonstrates through its application documentation that it is actually very well connected, it's more of a suitable location, we have applied a bit of flexibility. But I think it's important to set a line in the sand about where we expect these to come forward, because otherwise you could apply it to lots of areas that aren't actually suitable for this type of housing.
If they're not suitable, they would be falling foul of some other policy presumably in the plan.
Maybe, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's it actually.
But in terms of the 0.6, what's that says in large scale purpose-built shared living? Remind me what a large scale is. It was over 10.
Yeah.
So that could be a very small facility.
Yeah. I think what we want to do is if they are, it's unlikely that a scheme of that scale would provide that sort of provision, but where they are providing a main town centre use that isn't ancillary to the accommodation, then, we think that it's important that these developments will result in a much denser form of accommodation. And, we think it's important that they contribute positively to their local surrounding, residents can have access to those facilities.
Yeah, so if it's ancillary and it's a small exercise area, gym, is that a main town centre use? Yes, isn't it?
Well, technically,
yeah.
I think that's the point. I think if it is intended that
non-ancillary,
it's not ancillary, then I think I can see the point of that policy. But I think if it's an ancillary because I'm part of that, trying to attract the people who are most attracted to those accommodation are looking for those amenities, and so they are designed as ancillary to that type of use rather than something that's there to attract new people, people from outside into that area. And it's all covered within their rental agreements. So they're paying for those facilities as part of their overall rental agreements. And it is quite key. So I think I know the co-living corporation, particularly on the one, want all those facilities to be open to everybody because it dilutes the offer to their.
And especially if it's only for 10 people, Sharon.
Yeah. But even a large one where you've got that, it's a very, it's supposed to be a community, it's supposed to be sort of shared space. But I understand if it's not ancillary, if it was a very large facility, then that would be understandable. I mean, it's not entirely dissimilar to students, and I don't think you've got the same requirement. Say, for instance, on the student scheme, which has got a gym in it, I don't think you're necessarily saying that should be opened up to the general public. It differs slightly. It's a different model, but there are some similarities there in the way that would work.
You said this is about non-ancillary, so it doesn't say that, though, does it? It's tough.
No, but I think that would be how I would apply it as an officer. I think you would look at a main town centre use as being a separate use class to what is otherwise being proposed, which is ancillary and part of the residential use class. But yeah, I get that that's not.
I'm just wondering whether it's necessary at all, that part of the policy, quite honestly, because if it's ancillary.
I think in fairness to your officers, they would probably, if it was a very large thing, they would probably seek that to be open to the public. If it was a very large facility and disproportionate, but where, for instance, this case, where our last scheme's got through, very often perceived as ancillary, so there's been no requirement to open it up at all. And also you've got the slight confusion, of course, these larger scale ones fall under sui generis. It was everything. We would say that all those uses proposed as part of that would form part of that single use anyway. They would all be component of that single use, they wouldn't be open to public.
Okay, well, leave that on with me. So, apologies, we are going on, but I don't think it makes sense to finish off before we break them. So, we move on to the last one, which is policy H11. So, we have some modifications proposed here. Main modifications we can pick up as we go through, I think. Parts 2E, 3E, 3F, 3G, 5E. Yeah. Okay, so the general point, I think, is again, this is another restrictive policy that has got a lot of detail requirements in it, and it can prevent a sort of design-led approach to development. So, do you want to just respond to that in general, and then we'll go through various different clauses in it?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's a long policy, but I think that's primarily because it covers all accommodation within the plan. So it's not just covering, general needs housing, it's covering all forms of different specialist accommodation. We've looked to incorporate the recommendations of our commissioners on that type of policy. It's looking at accessible accommodation and, in particular, some of the issues that have come up with people bidding on properties for choice-based lettings and things that have stopped people bidding for wheelchair accessible housing. We think these are important quality standards. And, one of the things that's, come out of both, our discussions with residents, but also other pieces of work we've done is the importance of, homes being adaptable to people's changing needs over time.
Yeah.
We think that we've picked out the key provisions that we think contribute to, good quality housing in the borough.
Okay, so in terms of the dual aspect general needs housing, there's a modification proposed to that. I think, isn't there?
No, I don't think so.
No, sorry, I'm on the wrong one, aren't I? Sorry, that's, yeah. Sorry, so there isn't this. You say that this is consistent with the London plan.
Yes, so it is.
Dual aspect.
Yeah, so when we drafted the policy, there was a requirement within the London plan around dual aspect homes. We sought to align it with the LPG, which sort of spoke a little bit about how you would sort of go about, considering the London plan text. So it sort of diverted, it sort of looked to, ensure that those weren't provided within family accommodation. I know that the dual aspect was prioritised for family accommodation. We know that since then some of that guidance is looking to be withdrawn by the GLA. So I think from our perspective, potentially just aligning that policy wording with what's currently in the London plan might be the most appropriate approach.
So which part would that affect?
So that would affect
C or D?
Bear with me. C and D.
Okay. Do you want to furthermore? Did you want to comment on this one? Didn't you?
Well, I think it possibly addressed the point there, which was it was important just to point out. And again, even now, the consultation draft, the LPG is suggesting again just relaxing the dual aspect. And I mean, corridor's not here, but dual aspect. So yes, I think more flexibility, that's better.
Okay, and then part E, there's a modification proposed to reflect this may not always be possible.
Yeah, exactly. So we had quite a lot of comments about this particular clause, and through some of the statement of common ground discussions we had, we felt that the outcome of the policy could be achieved by a slightly more flexible approach.
Yeah. Any comments on that? No. Okay. Thank you. Right. So, part 3, these are the design requirements, the standards for specialists and other non-general needs. Unite, you picked up on the justification for this or lack of for the 10 or 15% wheelchair accessible. Going back, tracing it back through the LPG and the
That's right, yeah.
service accommodation as opposed to purpose-built student accommodation specifically.
Yeah, I'll try and be quick, so we made quite a lot of reps on this.
Yeah, so
time with London plan. And then suddenly they brought out this SPD and it completely changed the playing field. And they basically then tried to apply the hotel standard, BBSA, which was a mistake. They accepted that. What our evidence, the last London plan inquiry demonstrated was that there's very limited take-up for accessible rooms in student accommodation.
Yeah.
And then it was, as part of that, we think that the percentage should be 5%. That's all. That was transposed into various local plan, is the plan, but what obviously with units that they've gone back to blanketly apply the building standard. That applies to all different types of offices, retail, and so on. So that's a big one. Obviously, the demographic of student accommodation is slightly different to hotels, get a bigger range of ages and accommodating in that. And Therefore, as the evidence states for Unite, their take up is less than 0.05%. So we think that the standard should be reduced to 5%, of which is 1% fitted out and 4% adaptable.
Yeah.
And that has been accepted in Stays, Linton, Glasgow, and Tower Hamlets in Southwark.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I saw the data you provided about the number of the take up or the number of places. Yeah. Okay, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, just to say that since so the GLA released the draft LPG with the slightly more rigorous student accommodation requirement, and they subsequently amended it to 4% wheelchair accessible bedrooms, 1% with a trap choice system, and 5% that were easily adaptable. So effectively, you've sort of gone down to this overall. They're providing, I think, 5%, 1% of that with the trap boys, and then 5% are easily adaptable. So we've just sought to align our position with what's in the latest guidance issued by the GLA. So it is less rigorous than what we had at the modification would be less rigorous than what we had at Reg 19. And we do think that, we wouldn't want to reduce that further because, the piece of data shows that there, is a significant proportion of students studying London with a disability. I guess we're worried that if you reduce that much further, you sort of end up with a self-fulfilling prophecy where disabled students won't necessarily choose to live at PBSA because there isn't that accessible accommodation available.
So when you say you've amended it, is that in the mod or is that you?
Yes, so that's the mod that we proposed to align it with box 3 in the LPG.
Which mod number is this? So
it's M071.
Going back to Unite, please.
Yeah, just to come back on that.
Yeah.
Obviously, Unite have got a lot of accessible rooms in their portfolio. They're available to be occupied, but the take up is 0.05%.
Yeah.
That's been not just the last year or the year before. That's been going on for 10, 15 years now. And I don't know the piece of data where that's come from. I don't think that can be a demand for accessible rooms because the evidence is that. And the consequence of this is that you're like a typical voice system room, based 3 times the base of a normal cluster flat. So you're massively reducing the supply by providing those facilities that aren't needed.
So the modification to refer to the LPG.
Yeah.
Does that? You're still not content with that because you don't think that LPG is justified because of what you.
Yes, it's not been examining the LPG.
Yes.
So they brought out something decided to apply their health data.
Yeah. But that's the version that this is not an amended version. This is still based on the hotel standards.
No, that was the standard that was originally in the LPG and in the Newham local plan was based on the hotel sector.
Okay.
But so now it's a general BS standard which applies to every form of development, not just PBSA. Our evidence on PBSA that is unnecessary.
Just on data as well. Data can be quite broadly. It could include a broad number of disabilities. That includes visual impairment, impairment, certain dyslexia after that. When you then break it down to specific wheelchair requirements, which is where the increased rules are required, that subset is much smaller. So when reviewing those numbers, one needs to understand that just having a less able criteria does not equal saying that having the requirement for wheelchair space.
Yeah.
And what we found is that the accommodation for wheelchair size space is 2 to 3 times larger than the accommodation for just a full bedroom. So that has an impact in terms of what we buy. and it also has an impact in terms of the affordable accommodation.
Okay, right. Anything else on that particular part? No, okay. 5 with amenity space. The so William, you had a point about part 7 and the wheelchair accessible, adaptable.
We also had a point on 5, if I may.
Oh yes, please, yeah.
5A, I think, was just the usual point about things being really prescriptive. This is where there's a specific requirement for square meters. Yeah. So about this guy, I think just the feeling is that that is just overly prescriptive and doesn't take into account site-specific circumstances, the cumulative policy asks, etc., and hinders the design that approach. So just put a mark down for that one.
Yeah, okay.
Part 7 is the wheelchair home requirement, which again, build up. This part doesn't align with policy D7 for London Plan, and it's too detailed. A lot of this detail, I think, is picked up through plan position, through building control, and it feels like the level of detail is something that should sit in, particularly part C, part 7C. And the other point to make is that the London Plan policy applies the wheelchair standards to all tenures, whereas part B has a specific requirement for standards for social rented homes, which we would suggest is inconsistent with the London Plan. So our ask is that part 7 is reviewed to more closely align itself with the London Plan.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to pick one of those?
Yeah, absolutely. So with regards to part 5A, we think this is actually it's quite a conservative requirement. 90 square metres would be kind of a generous garden in Newham. And this standard is requiring half of that, 10 homes plus a square metre extra for every home above that. So we think it comes from our characterisation study, and we think it's more than reasonable. And in some ways, it's looking to set some parameters around external amenity provision. And then with regards to wheelchair homes, it's the top priority on our housing waiting list, and yet there are lots of homes that have been delivered in recent years that have been delivered to M43 standards that haven't been suitable, people haven't wanted to bid on, and that is for exactly the reasons that we've set out in the policy. If there's a single lift, residents, fear being, stranded at upper levels if one of the lifts, if that single lift breaks down. You've got examples of wheelchair accessible units being delivered at a very long distance from blue badge parking bays, and there's no electronically operated doors, so people have had struggled to leave properties. I think it's really important that those quality considerations are considered for both the fully adapted social rent units that are delivered, but also I think those concerns could equally apply to other adapted homes that are being delivered through development that weren't necessarily social rent. So we think it's important to address this issue of our not being able to address our current need to deliver homes of a suitable standard because of these quite simple design things that can be considered early on and really make a big difference.
Any other comments from anyone on policy H11? No, okay. Anything else generally from people wish to say today? No, on council? Okay, thank you. Well, we've covered quite a lot. It's 1:45, so apologies for going on, but I think it made sense to finish without going to have a break for lunch and come back. So I'll see you again tomorrow, or some of you again tomorrow, and others next week, I think. So thank you for your contributions today, and we've finished there. Thank you.